Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Deku was trained by a mysterious pro hero. Here is short summary. The Sludge Villain is captured without any interference, and instead Izuku finds himself under the tutelage of the number 9 hero, though she seems to be a little too interested in him and knows far more than she is letting on. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Depending on the dragon your party is trying to sneak up on, by the time you take the first few steps into its cave, it already knew you were coming from 5 miles away, more than likely has already figured out your strengths, your weaknesses, what you had for breakfast, and there is a good chance it is aware of who is sleeping with who within your party. Again, depending on said dragon, it will also have no problem taunting your party with that last bit of information. Unknown. Aftermath of the press brief. It had been 5 minutes since the press brief ended, but Izuku and Inko up in hospital room 876 had still yet to recover from their shock. Did All Might just throw his support behind me getting trained by Ryukyu? Along with Hawks as well, the boy asks, to which his mom slowly nods her head as if she was too shocked to verbally confirm. And he said he can't wait to train me at UA, Izuku did asks. Once again, another nod from his mother. Are you going to take the offer then, Izuku? She asks while still watching the TV. For a moment there was no answer from her son, and this prompts Inko to turn her attention back to him to make sure he did not faint. The expression she sees on his face instantly takes her back to the days before his quirk diagnosis, where he used to run around in his All Might onesie and pretend that he was the symbol of peace himself, saving both her and Hisashi from imaginary villains. His eyes were sparkling with hope and glee while his smile was radiating throughout the room. If anything, it was the happiest Inko has seen her son in 10 years. I'll take that as a yes then, Inko says as Izuku let out a squeal. But then a knock at the door draws their attention as the mother and son pair turn their heads to Masaru and Mitsuki entering the room. Silence envelops the room as the 3 adults and single teenager all exchange glances with one another, each one hesitating to speak first. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Masaru spoke up. Mitsuki and I have a few things we would like to talk to you about, Inko, if you would allow us. While this was going on though, 2 of the top pro heroes in Japan were having a different discussion. Hundreds of feet in the air above the hospital where they could talk in private. Luckily for them, no one was looking their direction when they flew up. What's your game, Hawks? What are you playing at? Ryukyu asks. You know, despite the fact I'm taller than you, I somehow feel like a child getting scolded by a parent, the man jokes. I don't have time for games, Ryukyu scowls. Really? Hawks wonders, because it seems like you and All Might are playing one right now. No idea what you're talking about, Ryukyu says quickly. A little too quickly. Oof. If you would have delayed your response by like 3 seconds, I would have believed you were telling the truth, Hawks states, but it seems a bit odd. What does? Ryukyu questions. That All Might chose not to get involved with Vlad King and the Toga girl but decides to help you out of the blue. It is especially odd seeing how your situation and Vlad King's situation are pretty much the same, Hawks says. Izuku didn't attack any police officers or sidekick, Ryukyu says. No, he didn't, but he did fight a high-rank pro hero, Hawks smiles. Ryukyu simply glares back at him. Hawks then holds his hands up in mock surrender. But that's none of my business. If you want to train the kid, go ahead, I won't stop you, although, Hawks says. Although what? The skies around this town are quite beautiful. Very clear and sunny with a low breeze, Hawks starts, perfect place for a long day of flying. Ryukyu could feel a blood vessel about to pop in her head. Is that the reason you helped me? So you could have leverage for that stupid race. Win or lose, it will finally get them to stop talking about it, plus we can sell tickets and donate all the profits to charity, Hawks points out. That would get a lot of people off of your back. Might even help you rise up in the ranks a number or 2. Ryukyu's glare stays level at her fellow flying pro hero. Anyway, Hawks starts, ignoring said glare, like the Americans say, the ball in your court now. So have a good night. Before Ryuko could get a response out, Hawks was already taking off in the opposite direction, leaving her alone in the night skies above Musudafu. This is just fuck, she thought before her phone ringing diverts her attention. Taking it out and seeing that it was Takako calling, she answers without hesitation. What's going on? She asks. We need to have a chat, Takako says. About what? Ryuko wonders. About how you were suddenly able to get the #1 pro hero in Japan, the symbol of peace, all might, on your side to train Izuku, Takako answers, and I have a good strong feeling I am not going to like it, am I? Tomi and I will be waiting in my car for you, Takako says before hanging up. Hell, Ryuko says as she closes her phone and descends to the ground. Back in hospital room 876, Izuku throws Masaru an uncomfortable look. Not because the man was the father of the two people who have led the way in making his life a living hell, for despite his relationship with the twins and the fact they have not talked in years, Izuku still saw the man as something of an uncle to him. No, the reason he threw such a look to the man was because he too found himself caught in the middle of an intense stare down between Inko Midoriya and Mitsuki Bakugo just after Masaru himself had just told Inko and Izuku everything Katsuki and Kasumi confessed to them. If his mother was saddened to hear it out of his mouth, she was furious to hear it out of Mr. Bakugo. The tension in the air between the two women could be cut with a knife, and a pin dropping would have sounded like a bomb going off with how quiet the room was. Mr. Bakugo, Izuku whispers, catching the older male's attention, should we do something? Izuku, if there is one thing you should learn before becoming a man is that you should never get in between two or more women when they are having a stare-off like this. Or when they are arguing, Masaru answers, you will have a longer, way happier life if you adhere to those rules. Izuku arches an eyebrow at this but decides not to question, for it really did sound like sage advice in a way. Regardless though, he still thought he should do something. Do we just let them, he starts. Just let them have it out. I realize that the impending argument involves you, but you have to realize something, Izuku, Masaru says. What's that? Izuku wonders. Your mom and my wife have known each other long before either of us came into their lives. I hate to say it, Izuku, but we might just witness the end of a friendship that has been going on long before you were even a thought, Masaru truthfully tells the boy. Whoa, Izuku says before returning his attention back to the two women. Still the seconds tick by as neither woman say nothing and merely stare at one another. Finally, though, your children are misbehaving monsters and you should be ashamed of yourself for raising them like that, Inko states. For a moment, Masaru was sure Mitsuki was about to lash out at Inko if the look in her eyes was anything to go off of, despite the fact that she herself acknowledged that she was at fault for the way the twins turn out. But I guess considering yourself a bad mother and being called one by someone else are two entirely different things, Masaru muses. Wait a minute. Shouldn't I be offended as well? They are my kids too. But then he focuses on the expressions on Inko's and Mitsuki's faces and decides that he should heed the advice he gave Izuku only moments ago and keep quiet. This was a fight between two mothers and it would be in his best interest for it to stay like that. That's a little on the nose, Mitsuki finally says after calming herself. More like your son's fist on my son's nose, Inko counters, and Mrs. Bakugo takes a deep breath to calm herself in response to it. Hey, Izuku, Masaru whispers. Yes, Mr. Bago. How about we go for a walk and let these two be alone, Masaru suggests. Would that be wise? Izuku asks. I feel that it would be unwise if we didn't, Masaru answers, and after a moment Izuku found himself agreeing and merely got up and left with the older male, their exiting not noticed by the remaining occupants in the room. Now Izuku, let me start off by apologizing for my children's behavior toward you. They had no right to treat you the way they did, Masaru said once they were out of the room and sat down on a bench. Luckily most of the hallway was empty except for a few guards, but they were far enough away from the duo. I think I should be apologizing first, Mr. Bakugo, for what I did to them in the alley, Izuku insists. While I'll admit that you did rough them up pretty good, this whole situation would have never happened if they would had just gone home instead of following you over something as trivial as a bruised ego, Masaru points out. While I am happy that no one was severely hurt, I do believe that they learned a lesson today in how actions have consequences. So what happens now? Izuku asks after a moment of silence. Well, if I can be honest, Izuku, that's entirely up to you and your mother. The police are already at the hospital, so that saves you half the trouble, Masaru answers. Oh, Izuku merely says, even if it's mean, Katsuki and Kasumi will get in trouble. Izuku, let me tell you something that my father told me when I was around your age, Masaru says as he looks out the window across from them out into the night sky of Musudafu. A man must take full responsibility of all of his actions, including those of his family. And why is that? Izuku asks. Because the man is usually the head of the household, especially here in Japan, Masaru answers. Now I have been to America and some European countries due to my job, and things are different over there in the West. But here in Japan the man of the household is usually the one bringing in the money, so he gets to make the big decisions, but that also entails that he must be willing to take all the blame if something happens. Look, what I'm trying to say, Izuku, is that I should have been more assertive and nipped Katsuki and Kasumi's attitude problem in the bud when it first started developing, but my wife insisted that it wasn't a problem, so I let it be. Masaru states, I take full responsibility for the way they turned out because I should have done something earlier. It wasn't entirely your fault, Mr. Bakugo, Izuku says. Aldera didn't help matters either. Really? How so? Masaru wonders. Far as I know, I never got any calls from the school about the twins' behavior. Oh, Izuku says, then I guess it's not my place to say then. Now, Izuku, Masaru stops him. If the school was doing something wrong in regards to my kids, I would like to know about it. Well, Izuku said, a sense of uneasiness washing over him. It's not that the school did nothing wrong, it is more of the fact that they did nothing at all. A neutral expression appears on Masaru's face, but he nods to indicate to Izuku to continue. I mean that Katsuki, Kasumi, and their friends would bully me right in front of the teachers, and they would ignore us. The teachers in questions acting like they didn't see a thing. Izuku explained. Sometimes if a teacher came across them bullying me outside of class, they would simply turn around and go the other direction. A hard look appears on Masaru's face, and Izuku found himself taken aback by this, seeing how he has never witnessed such an expression appear on the man's face before. But just as quickly as it came, it disappeared. Thank you for sharing this information with me, Izuku, Masaru says. You're welcome, Mr. Bakugo, but I'm still wondering about what happened now, Izuku says. Masaru takes a breath. What do you think we should do, Izuku? Me? The boy asks. Well, let's be honest, you have suffered the most in this situation. It's only fair that you at least voice your desired outcome, Masaru states, but know that I won't hate you no matter what choice you make. I swear on my life. Izuku sat there in silence on the bench, thinking long and hard about what he wanted. It was true, Katsuki and Kasumi deserves to get in trouble for what did to him, but on the other hand, well, Izuku found himself a little confused in regards to that. Finally, after sitting there for a time, he spoke. Well, Mr. Bakugo, I think that. Meanwhile, while Izuku and Masaru were having their boy-to-man talk, the two ladies were having their own little chat. Look, this isn't easy for me, Inko, Mitsuki starts. It was easy enough for you to ignore the warning signs about your children turning into bullies, Inko cuts her off. Mitsuki lets out a huff of air through her nostrils. I'm trying to apologize on behalf of my family, Mitsuki starts again. Then your whole family should be here doing it, and by that, I mean your twin terrors as well, Inko says. You know damn well those two won't apologize for shit, and even if I was to somehow make them, it sure as shit wouldn't be sincere, and that's what you want, sincerity, Mitsuki points out. Inko moves to speak but stops. After a moment she simply nods her head. Okay, you got a point there, I'll give you that. Then let me do this, Mitsuki says. Why? So you can feel good about yourself and hopefully get rid of the guilt that has been plaguing you for the last hour or two. Because let's be honest, you knew your kids each had the profile of a bully. Arrogance, egotism, the need to assert themselves over other. The list goes on, Mitsuki, Inko states. I am trying to remain calm, Inko, Mitsuki states. So you're saying I should be calm as well? Inko says, would you be calm if your child confessed to you that they have been bullied relentlessly since they were 4 by people who they thought were their friends? Would you be calm if your son was told to kill himself simply because he was quirkless? Answer honestly, please. Okay, I get it, you're angry, Mitsuki says. Anger is what someone feels when they stub their toe or their car gets a parking ticket because the meter ran out. Inko says, on the other hand, I'm absolutely livid, right now, as any good mother would be if they were in this same situation, though I suppose you wouldn't know what a good mother is. Fine then. If head up as a mother. Is that what you want to hear? Mitsuki snaps, her already small amount of patience now gone. I thought my kids didn't need me or Masaru to watch their every single move, and now it's coming back to bite me in the ass. This proves that you're the better mother. Are you happy now? Only by the tiniest margin, Inko replies coldly. Well, now that all that shit is all out of the way, what are we going to do to fix this? Mitsuki asks through clenched teeth. What I'm about to go do is find the nearest police officer and press assault charges against your, Inko starts. Actually, Mom, could you hold off on that for a second? A voice says, and both women turn to see Izuku standing there with Masaru. Both women then briefly turn their attention to the bed Izuku was in a while ago. When did you two leave? Mitsuki asks. Why did you two leave? Inko asks, her eyes narrowing at Masaru. The room was getting a little tense, so we decided to make our exit so you two could have some alone time, Masaru says, raising a hand in an attempt to calm Inko down. While we were gone, Izuku came to a decision that I think you should hear, along with his reasoning behind it. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the hospital, another man found himself in the midst of being the awkward third wheel in an argument between two women. First off, it should be known that Tomi Taira was a lot of things. Easygoing, laid back, extremely talkative, only really being professional when he had to be. A real fun-loving guy who could strike up a conversation with anyone. But he was certainly not stupid despite his attire. So, when Ryuko and Takako were in the midst of a huge argument in Takako's agency car at the far end of the hospital parking lot, he was smart enough to just sit in the back seat and be quiet for the time being while going through his phone, looking over the comments regarding the press brief that were all over the internet. What could have possibly compelled you to make a deal like this without consoling me first? Takako screeches. Well, because last time I checked, I was placed in charge of all this, not you, Ryuko snaps back. This decision affects everyone, Takako shouts. And I expect everyone to adapt and overcome. It was the only way to get All Might to throw his support in, Ryuko states. We did not need his support, Takako says, we had everything under control. The we did. Don't know what shitshow you were looking at, Ryuko roars back. No charges were pressed and we already handled the camera issue, so there would have been no trial. That sounds pretty under control if you ask me, Takako counters. But we also needed public opinion in order to keep the HPSC from getting involved, and we got it with All Might, Ryuko shouts back. Thank the ancestors this car is soundproof and heavily tinted, Tomi tells himself before notices a comment that caused him to raise his eyebrow. We could have handled the HPSC, and who gives a flying F*** whether or not we have public opinion behind us, Takako says. I do. Because in case you haven't noticed, I'm basically the bastard stepchild of Japan's pro-hero world. I need all the support I can get sometimes, Ryuko answers. Tomi meekly raises a hand, drawing both of the irate women's attention to him. What? They shout, not to make anyone look good or bad, but after reading a lot of comments on social media, it seems that All Might's support is indeed helping us, Tomi says before showing his phone to the two ladies. Instantly, both of them start reading through the comments while Tomi slowly kept scrolling upwards to show more. At first, I wanted that kid to get thrown in jail. But since All Might is vouching for him, I guess I'll give him a chance. Never been a fan of Ryukyu, but if the symbol of peace says she is the right person for the job to train the boy, who am I to disagree? If the number one hero says someone deserves a second chance, then that person deserves a second chance. I had a problem with Ryukyu ever since she dropped her sponsorship with the Girl Scout, but I am willing to give her and the boy a chance if All Might is. Asterisk. All these comments and more kept coming in, and they were all basically saying the same thing. If All Might say it is okay, then I guess it is okay. And that's not even counting the ones where people are siding with you because of Hawks, Tomy says as he pulls his phone back, scrolls up a bit. Even the Madam President has made a statement. Despite our skepticism of a top-rank pro-hero like Ryukyu taking on the task of training someone while still being active, due to All Might's and Hawk's trust in her, we are willing to simply monitor the situation for now and take notes of its progression. Tomy catches the women's attention. Despite not saying it herself, even she knows it would be political suicide to go against All Might's decision so publicly. So now the commission is playing a wait-and-see game. What does that mean for us? Ryuko asks. It means they are going to keep a close eye on us for a while, but we can use that to our advantage, Tomy answers. How so? Takako asks. Get this, weekly training blogs, Tomy says. Every week, we release a video on your social media and website of Izuku's weekly progress. You want us to willing show people what we are doing with Izuku? Takako asks. Just enough so people don't get too nosy, Tomy explains. Just a few clips of edited footage, and that should be enough to keep everyone off our backs. We can send the real stuff to the committee since they want progress reports anyway. That would satisfy everyone, Takako says. Ryuko did not seem convinced. I don't know. I don't want people knowing just what exactly Izuku is capable of. I never been a fan of other heroes who willingly show what they can do to the public. It's the reason I never like stuff like the UA Sports Festival, she spoke. I felt it always gave any criminals operating in your area an advantage. Look, if everything goes according to plan, then Izuku will be skilled enough around the time he would graduate from UA. Besides, the odds of him a fighting villain would be slim anyway, and even if by some chance he does, he would be way out of their league, Tomy says. Ryuko retorts, still on the fence. Ryuko, everything has been a shitshow so far, Tomy says. We had to improvise a lot in the past 24 hours due to Izuku's lineage awakening early and it being made public. We dodged a bullet with getting the families not to press charges. I hate to think what favors we would have had to call in to stop that. It would have no doubt affected our credibility with the committee, and we are on thin ice as it is, Takako points out. I think we're looking over the most important thing right now, Ryuko interjects. We're not even sure Izuku is going to take my offer. He has yet to give me an answer. Well, let's pray to the ancestors that he does, Takako replies. He seems like a nice kid and I would hate to have to resort to contingency plan alpha. You realize, he would come after us if we did that, right? Tomy asks. That is why it is a contingency plan. No one wants to use it, but if we are given no choice, what other options do we have? Takako says. Well, I guess that's a question for another time, Tomy says. Can we do the weekly videos releases or not? Ryuko lets out a huff. Fine, but nothing gets released without my approval. Not Takako's approval, not even the committee's approval. My approval is needed. Are we clear? As clear as the waters around the island, Tomy replies. Now back to the topic at hand that got us in this car in the first place. While some more adjustments will have to be made, I think we can accommodate so we can uphold your part of the deal with All Might. Not like we have a choice. Besmirching on a deal made with All Might would backfire tremendously against us, Takako says. So when does all this start? About 3 days from now, Ryuko answers. So we got that long to get the agency ready. Have you talked to your little giant friend yet? Takako asks. Leave her to me, Ryuko says. She'll either deal with this change or our team up is off. Tell me again why you wanted to team up with her of all people, Tomy asks. Unfortunately, she fits the criteria of what we need, Takako tells him. Luckily, everyone at her agency quit, so that's less people we have to worry about walking around. Indeed, Ryuko says while glancing at the clock on the car dash. Think it's time I go check on the Midoriya family. Not before you tell us how you got Hawks to agree to support you. You won't, Takako states, causing Ryuko to freeze in mid-motion as she was reaching for the handle. Ryuko. Tomi says, what did you do? The pro hero clears her throat, I actually didn't do anything. Hawks seems to have figured that All Might and I have a deal. And, Takako says, he only really threw in his support so that he could leverage me into finally racing him. Ryuko admits, I have no choice but to agree to it. The seconds tick away in silence as Takako merely stares straight ahead into the dark night. Hawk's support has really helped us as well. There are comments from, Tomi starts. Everyone out of the car. Now. Takako finally speaks, I need to be alone for a moment. Tomi was already on the outside of the car before Takako finished her sentence. Ryuko stay back for a few moments, looking at her assistant. Are you going to be all right? She asks. Just need a moment to vent, Takako replies. Ryuko simply nods at this and gets out of the car. She then stood next to Tomi and the two just stood out there facing the hospital while Takako took multiple deep breaths. Then finally, MOTHERFUC. Wow, even when she is in a soundproof car you can still hear her, though just barely, Tomi states. We should have Gakudo buff up the soundproofing a bit when he gets the chance, Ryuko chuckles. Cursing in Yukyuan, Japanese, Chinese, and Korean impressive, Tomi comments. Definitely shows that she has variety, Ryuko adds. A minute goes by and the two of them merely stood there while Takako was venting all the frustration she has been keeping inside throughout the entire day. Finally, Ryuko and Tomi hear the car door open and slam close. A moment later, Takako appears next to the two, looking in much higher spirits though out of breath. Okay then, let's go see the Midoriya family, shall we, she says. Every dragon has a weakness, good luck living long enough to find it though. Unknown. Of your own actions. Minutes later after the parking lot discussion, Ryuko, Takako, and Tomi found themselves at hospital room 876 where Takako was surprised to see Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo in there alongside Inko and Izuku, the latter who seemed to be about to say something. Did something happen? She asks, because I must warn you that if you two are trying to pressure the Midoriya family into something that could. I assure you that we are doing no such thing, Miss Higa, Masaru says. Then what is going on? Ryuko asks. Our children have confessed to my wife and I that not only did they attack Izuku first in the alley earlier today but that they have been physical assaulting him for years, Masaru states. The uneasy expression on Mitsuki's face was not missed by Ryuko though she did not comment on it. If that is the case then what is going on now? She decides to ask instead. Well, Izuku and I left the room to allow Mitsuki and Inko a chance to talk alone and we just came back a moment ago before you show up, Masaru tells her. Ryuko turns her attention to the man and the fashion designer found himself shrinking back a little from her gaze. You were alone with Izuku? The pro hero asks. Like I said already, I didn't pressure Izuku into doing anything he didn't want to do. He simply wants to voice what he wants to happen in this situation, Masaru says, though the slight fear in his voice could easily be heard. Ryuko kept her eyes on Masaru, looking him up and down slowly. This did not go unnoticed by his suddenly possessive wife. First your assistant and now you. Does my husband have something that draws women like you to him? Mitsuki practically growls. Well, since you asked Mrs. Bakugo, a man like your husband, who have a gentle personality but also a fierce inner aura about them, would be considered quite the catch where I am from. Not to mention he is easy on the eyes, Takako answers, causing Masaru to blush a bit, now if only he was a few years younger and single. Ryuko's sharp eyes notice Mitsuki's clenching fists but decide that it was best that she not comment on that as well. Meanwhile, Inko gives a quizzical look at Mitsuki before looking at Takako, Ryukyu, and finally, Masaru himself. He is not exactly ugly but I have never thought as him being attractive enough to get other women wanting him. Discovering a lot of new things today, she thought before the Dragoon Hero started speaking again. Moving on before this gets a bit out of hand, Ryuko interjects as she turns her focus to Izuku, what did you want to say? Now all eyes were on the green-haired boy who suddenly got very uncomfortable. Well, you see, I just think, he begins to stutter out, and the idea of just being quiet and letting the adults handle the situation was seeming more appealing by the second. But then an image flashed in his head. One that showed all 5 of the dragons he saw earlier standing in a row while staring directly at him from a distance. Suddenly the stuttering stops and the uncomfortably feeling cease to exist as Izuku clears his voice to speak. I don't think that assault charges should be pressed against Katsuki and Kasumi, Izuku declares. Absolutely out of the question, young man, Inko immediately replies before looking over at Masaru. I don't know what you told him, but if you think. He didn't tell me anything, Mom, Izuku interrupts her, this decision is my own. Inko stares wide-eyed at her son. She could not remember the last time he had interrupted her while she was talking, especially when she was angry. But she recovers quickly and presses on. Oh, is it? She asks, then please explain to me why I shouldn't press charges. Because I want to prove something to Katsuki and Kasumi, Izuku answers. Mitsuki raises her eyebrow at this. Excuse me. While Katsuki and Kasumi were teaching me a lesson in the alley, I told them that they would never be great heroes like All Might even if they were going to UA, Izuku explains. Okay, I'm following, Inko says, throwing a glare on Mitsuki at the teaching comment. So am I, Mitsuki adds, ignoring said glare. I decide that now I have the chance to go to UA myself. I want to hold true to what I said by being a better hero than they ever could be, Izuku states, and I can't do that if they get assault charges on them. Izuku, baby, if I press charges against the twins then no hero school in the Japan, if not the world, would accept them, Inko counters. You would become a great hero while they would be stuck with a 9-to-5 job, if they are even lucky enough to get that. Once again, Ryuko notices Mitsuki's expressions were not positive after that comment, but seeing how she has been keeping quiet about such things so far, she saw no need to say anything now. I feel like that would be a hollow victory, and I also feel that after everything they put me through I deserve more than that, Izuku says. I feel like the only way I'm going to get any satisfaction from all of this is to beat them at their own game. Silence reigns as everyone in the room process what they just heard. Hee suddenly breaks through tension and everyone turns their attention to source of the voice. Mitsuki Bakugo. What starts as a small chuckle soon develop into full-blown laughter as the woman soon had tears rolling down her face as she leans on a nearby hospital bed for support. Ha ha, ha ha. Fills the air. Honey, Masaru says as he takes a step toward her. Mitsuki holds up a hand to stop him before using it to wipe away the droplets in her eyes. I'm fine, I'm okay, she says as she takes a deep breath. Oh man, haven't had a laugh like that in a while. She then turns her full attention to Izuku. You're sure that what you want, Izuku? You want my kids to basically get off scot-free, just like that? Mitsuki asks. Because if you give them this handout they will not be grateful, I assure you of that. I understand that, Izuku says back. Do you? Because if anything this is going to piss them off and motivate them to absurd levels. The fact that the only reason they get to continue with their dream of attending UA and becoming heroes is because the kid they called useless and bully relentlessly decided to show them mercy, pity even, Mitsuki says. Oh no, they are going to be absolutely livid. Honestly, Mrs. Bakugo, probably for the first time in my life I don't care what Katsuki and Kasumi think. I especially don't care if they think I'm pitying them, Izuku boldly replies, remembering back to the creek incident with the twins when they were 4, and while I'm being honest here, Mrs. Bakugo, something inside of me want them to be mad. Something inside of me want them to realize that the only reason they aren't getting charges pressed on them is because I decided to have pity on them, along with the fact that I still kicked their asses today and the whole world saw it. It makes me feel good about myself for some reason that I can't really explain. Izuku, Inko, Mitsuki, and Masaru did not notice the brief glance exchange between Ryuko, Takako, and Tomi as the boy said those words. Well then, if that's how you feel Izuku, Mitsuki starts as she turns to Inko. What say you? Inko narrows her eyes at Mitsuki for a moment before softening her expression as she turns to her son. The two members of the Midoriya family seem to have a non-verbal discussion as they simply stare at each other for what seemed like an eternity before Inko finally lets out a huff. Fine then, Izuku, I won't press charges against the twins. She relents before turning to Ryuko, and I'll allow him to get quirk training from you. The smile on Izuku's face instantly lights up the room. I hope I don't come to regret this, Inko adds before turning to Mitsuki, but don't think for a single moment that we are done here. Just because I'm not pressing charges against your kids doesn't mean I'm letting them off scot-free. I assure you that those two will be punished, Masaru states. And I want a say in that punishment, Inko says. I beg your pardon, Masaru asks. Either you let me dictate how their punishment goes or I go back to pressing charges, regardless of what Izuku wants. Inko says, I am not budging on this. Let her do it, Masaru, Mitsuki speaks up. Are you sure about this? Masaru questions. Trust me, Inko was always the creative one back when we were kids. She will no doubt think up a way worse punishment for the twins than we ever could, Mitsuki says, can't wait to see the looks on their faces though. Okay then, Masaru hesitatingly agrees. Okay, if everything is in order then I bid everyone a good night, Takako says as she excuses herself, Tomi following behind her. Have a nice night, Inko says, I am going to see the hospital about when Izuku can be released and then I would like to have a word with the twins myself afterwards. Mitsuki and Masaru share a look but ultimately nod their heads in approval. If it is all right with you, Mrs. Midoriya, I would like to have a few words with Izuku, Ryuko says. I see no problem with that. I will be back shortly after I done, Inko says, and with that she and the Bakugos left the room leaving Izuku alone with Ryuko, her yellow eyes looking directly into his green ones. The two of them merely stare at one another for a moment before the pro hero starts talking. You don't see something like that very often, Ryuko says as she starts walking around the room, her hand gliding along the rails at the foot of one of the hospital beds, showing mercy to someone who wronged you just so you can twist the knife further along down the road. Some might call such behavior sadistic, maybe even evil. The image of Burai, the dragon that allegedly represents his evil side as he was told, flashes in Izuku's mind, his red glowing eyes burning into his soul. I felt like that this is a far worse punishment than pressing assault charges on them would have been, especially with their egos. If we're being honest though, that idea just suddenly came to me out of nowhere, Izuku admits. Do you suddenly regret your decision? Ryuko questions while stopping at one of the windows, looking out it toward Musudafu proper. Izuku hesitates as he tries to come up with the right answer. A word of advice for you, Midoriya, Ryuko speaks, never regret the decisions that you make. Huh, Izuku says, regret is like an addiction. The more you do it the more out of control it gets, Ryuko explains, soon you will be questioning every single decision you make and your life will never be yours again. It's okay to wonder what would have happened if you took a different route but never regret it. Izuku's eyes widen in surprise at what seemed to be a piece of advice from someone's personal life experience. He starts to say before Ryuko turns to face him. Moving on, your training will start on Friday, Izuku Midoriya, Ryuko declares, I will message you what time I will be arriving at your home to pick you up. So soon? Izuku thinks before speaking, what do I need to bring? A change of shoes, clothes, and a lot of motivation. Everything else will be provided by my agency including food, Ryuko answers, you will be notified if anything else is required. Oh okay, Izuku says after a moment. Good, I will see you then, Ryuko says before walking to the door, stopping when she was right next to Izuku. You should also be aware that your senses are more than likely going to be greatly heightened like mine did when my quirk manifested. The reason I am giving you 3 days is to give you time to get used to world that you are now going to experience very differently. Izuku lifts an eyebrow at this. Your mind should automatically adjust to the changes in time, but if you want a head start I advise breathing through your nose instead of your mouth for the time being. It will help, trust me. Plus I advise not trying to activate your quirk on your own during these 3 days, and by that I mean your scales, wings, or breath attack. You don't know what other surprises your quirk might have in store and we don't want you hurting yourself or others, Ryuko states before finally walking past him. I don't even know how to transform, Izuku thought before noticing the pro hero stopping once more. One final thing, Ryuko says with her back to him. Yes, Izuku says as Ryuko turns around. Have a bit more confidence in yourself, Ryuko declares. Confidence is everything for a pro hero. Having it can often end a fight before it even starts. Not having it just causes more problems than you can handle. Izuku finds himself taken aback by this statement. You're going to have a lot of obstacles in your way from here on out, and I'm not going to give up on you no matter what, but I'm going to need you not to give up on yourself either. Ryuko continues on. My training will push you to the brink and beyond, but you will have to endure it in order to achieve your dream. But know that I believe in you, Izuku, because you're a dragon just like me now. More silence from Izuku as Ryuko takes a breath. And a dragon will do whatever it wants, whenever it wants, and dare someone to be foolish enough to tell it otherwise, the pro hero says. It's an old saying passed down through my family, and I feel that it can work for you as it did for me. Before Izuku would think of a response to such a thing, Ryuko damn near marches out of the room, leaving the boy alone. She must be in a hurry. Probably important pro hero stuff she has to handle, Izuku thought before sitting back down on his bed, replaying the events of today in his head while wondering what the future held for him. Meanwhile, just a little bit down the hall away from room 876, there was an open window where just mere seconds ago the 9th highest ranked pro hero in Japan made her exit. High above the hospital and circling the area, Ryuko was having a conversation with herself. Idiot, 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 what the hell is wrong with you? She berates herself. She brings herself to a stop and began flapping her wings downward as she hovers in the sky, throwing her head back in frustration. You're a dragon now, that's what I tell him. You just had to keep going on and on with your mouth, didn't you? She asks herself. He's not just a dragon. He's the dragon, for F******'s sake. The dragon of all dragons. Get your head in the game, Ryuko. Finally, after ranting for about 2 more minutes, the pro heroine calms herself down. Okay, Ryuko, this is it. Everything has come down to this and it is time to get down to business, she says as she pulls out her phone. She then takes a quick glance around to make sure that a certain bird-themed pro hero was not out for a night flight before looking down at her phone. What is it about hawks that puts me on edge? She asks herself before shuffling that thought to the back of her mind. She then presses in a sequence of number on her phone and spoke into it. Operation Herald is a go. I repeat, Operation Herald is a go. Everyone at the agency is to meet in the conference room in 1 hour for a brief. I will be there shortly. Everyone will acknowledge. Ryuko then waits. Within the span of 20 seconds, 10 message notifications came in and all of them said the same thing. Ben Svelk Ekess Gethris. Ryuko lets out a breath she did not realize she was holding. So it begins. May the ancestors watch over us and give us strength for our success, she says as takes off toward downtown Musudafu. Back in the hospital room of the Bakugo family, Inko Midoriya had just finished talking to Katsuki and Kasumi with a shining smile on her face. Well, that is the plan your parents and I have come up with, and I hope you two learn a valuable lesson today in how your actions have consequences, Inko says. Neither Katsuki and Kasumi could focus their minds enough to form a sentence for the first 20 seconds after Mrs. Midoriya finished, theirs brains working overtime to make sense of everything that was said to them. Finally, though the older sibling turns to his parents. That's some bull. Not another word out of you, young man, Masaru says as he crosses his arms. It was either this or assault charges press. And you should be thanking Izuku that you even got this option. Kasumi snaps out of her daze and moves to help her brother. You mean to tell me that the only reason the cops aren't getting involved is because Deku? Call my son that name one more time in my presence, Kasumi. Inko coldly speaks up with a smile that held no warmth behind its still plaster on her face. I'll press those assault charges on you so fast you'll think All Might just Texas smash you in the face. Kasumi feels a cold shiver travel through her spine, and for a moment she was sure she saw the Grim Reaper himself briefly flash in her mind. Because Izuku decided to take pity on us, Kasumi wisely finishes. Yep, that's right, Mitsuki answers with a smile of her own. Hilarious, isn't it? Why that little? Katsuki starts. Ahem, Inko says, catching Katsuki's attention. prompting him to break out into a cold sweat. "Sorry, Mrs. Midoriya," he says. "Well then, I hope you two have a swift recovery and I wish everyone here a good night," Inko then says as she turns around to leave. But as she got to the doorway and put her hand on the knob, she stops for a moment. "By the way, one more thing, Katsuki and Kasumi," she says. She took their silence as acknowledgement that they were paying attention. "Izuku has been expelled from Aldera. We live on the opposite side of town from where you live. You three will more than likely not see each other face to face again until UA." Inko starts. "I guess what I'm trying to say is that until that day." She suddenly looks over her shoulder and shoots the twins a death glare that made the one they received from their father earlier look like a baby's smile. "You will stay the F*** away from my child or I will bring the wrath of heaven down on top of your heads in the form of a legal shitstorm," Inko declares in a voice bordering on demonic. "This is your first and only warning. Are we clear?" Inko took the twins' horrified frozen faces as a yes and then silently left the room. "Wow," Mitsuki says after a moment, "Been a long time since I heard Inko curse out loud." "I didn't realize she was capable of cursing," Masaru comments before correcting himself and turning to his children. "Well, I hope you two learn a lesson today and are ready to start your punishment the moment you are released from the hospital, which I believe will be Thursday afternoon," Masaru adds. "Now despite what you may believe your mother and I still love you and feel that this punishment will help you grow to become better people. Oh, by the way," Mitsuki says as she reaches into her pockets and tosses something at Katsuki and Kasumi, "you're going to be needing these in the coming days. Got a nurse to give me some?" Both of the twins effortlessly catch whatever their mom threw at them and look down at it in confusion. Kasumi starts, "Why the hell did you give us earplugs?" Mitsuki suddenly pulls Masaru into an aggressive yet affectionate hug. "Because your father and I plan on rekindling our love life starting tonight and we don't want you two to hear anything that might require you to have therapy later on down the road. Have a good night you two. See you tomorrow. Bye." And with strength that would have impressed All Might himself, Mitsuki lifts up Masaru and hefts him over her shoulder and proudly walks out of the room while the man could only give his kids a weak smile and a small wave of the hand as she did so. "That's it," Katsuki said as he laid down. "I'm going to sleep now. I'll be angry at all this bullshit in the morning." "I'm with you there," Kasumi says as she mimics him as the duo falls asleep. Honey," Masaru says from his position on her shoulders. "Yes dear," Mitsuki answers in a song-like voice as she walks proudly out of the hospital to their car. "Shouldn't we be acting less like horny teenagers and more like responsible parents right now?" Masaru asks. "We can do that when the kids get out of the hospital, but until then you and I go at it like rabbits," Mitsuki hoots. "Great Buddha, I ask that you give me strength," Masaru prays. 30 minutes later at a multi-story building located near the center of downtown Musudafu, Ryuko enters a dimly lit room, her draconic eyes shining brightly in the dark. In front of her was a table where 10 people were sitting with single empty chair at the head. Takako herself was sitting at the front of the right side of the table smoking on another cigarette while Tomi sat across from her. Yui was sitting in the next chair down from the public relations manager, but as for the other 7 occupants, their features were hidden. Silently Ryuko made her way and sat down at the head of the table, lacing her fingers together and looking directly at project screen at the other end. "Let's begin," she simply says. Takako reaches for a remote control that was next to her and press a button. And on the screen appear a drone-taken video feed of a certain green-haired boy in the midst of a crowd that was watching Kamui Wood and MT Lady do battle against the giant villain, taken earlier that day before the boy fateful encounter with the Sludge Villain. "Izuku Midoriya," Ryuko voices aloud, "let's just see if you can live up to toward who came before you. Do not even bother trying to talk your way out of a fight with a chromatic dragon. That air in your lungs could be put to better use, such as screaming, cursing the beast, or praying to your deity for a quick and painless death. Unknown. A friendly visitor is it." The days after Izuku's release from the hospital and before Ryukyu's visit was a blur for the Midoriya family. Swarm of reporters were constantly badgering them for questions and interviews. It became so bad that Inko had to resort to using delivery apps to get groceries to the house, and she had to take a few days off from work, though she still had to work via her computer. Thankfully, the apartment complex issued a threat of suing the news companies after multiple complaints from its tenants about the ruckus the reporters were stirring up, and the flood of reporters ceased their activities. This did not sit well with Izuku though, because he had a feeling they were just going to start back up once he started his training with Ryukyu. A top item on his mother's list though was trying to get in contact with his father for some answers. Your father's quirk allows him to breathe fire, and here you are breathing ice. I just feel like there are things about his quirk that he failed to mention to us that might explain yours, Inko told her son. Besides, there's no way you got your quirk from my side of the family. All of them have telekinesis quirks. Izuku did not question this because it made a lot of sense. Dragons are famously known to breathe fire and other elemental attacks, so his father's lineage having something to do with his quirk was not a stretch by any means. That's odd, Izuku thought at one point though. I don't recall Dad ever mentioning his side of the family. Anyway, the fact that he was not responding to their calls did not bode well for his father anyway, because Izuku felt that his mother was about to go on the warpath if the old man did not respond soon. Moving on from that though, Izuku soon discovered that Ryukyu was not joking about his senses becoming greatly heightened over the following days, something of which Izuku went to great lengths to write down in his notebook as he sought to carry out experiments to test the full extent of his newfound abilities. His hearing became so acute that he could even hear his neighbors breathing through their walls, and sometimes their heartbeats at times, as well as his mom's. Other times he could hear all the traffic coming and going through the neighborhood, and that got so bad that he had to resort to wearing earplugs throughout the day and sometime even at night just so he could get some peace and quiet. His sense of smell became so keen that he could pick up the scent of the collective mass of all the garbage in the neighborhood, and more than once found himself throwing up in the toilet due to it overwhelming him at times. To him and his mom's horror, he also discovered that simply breathing through his mouth did not help matters, for it seemed like his tongue had developed to operate like a snake's, and he could pick up scents through that as well. He then developed a technique of breathing through both his mouth and his nose at the same time in order to get a better scent of the area around him. Although things took a bad turn when he found himself taking multiple showers throughout the day simply because he kept being able to smell that he was not fully clean. It took his mom limiting him to 1 shower a day for him to stop, because she complained that he was running up the water bill. His eyesight was the biggest surprise of all. It was one thing to see the exact writing on a low-flying airplane, passing helicopter, or to see the exact details on a person who was in a building across from his apartment or in a passing car because they left their window open. It was another when Izuku woke up in the middle of the night to relieve himself that he discovered that despite all the lights in the house being off, that he could still see perfectly fine in complete darkness, even if it was only in black and white. When he took a quick peek outside to see what would happen, he was astonished to see that there was only a slight difference between the dead of night and high noon through his eyes due to the street's lights and such lighting up the area, thus allowing him to see in color. The last of his senses that he noticed had changed greatly was his taste. Beforehand, eating was simply eating to him, something to fill his belly and put nourishment back in his body. Now every single thing he ate and drank was an explosion of flavor that sent sensations coursing through his body. He was able to pick up on every texture and flavor in his mom's cooking, and something as simple as a piece of candy could overpower him if he was not careful. Sadly though, his sense of touch did not change at all to his disappointment, but he did not let this ruin his mood too much. 4 out of 5 was not bad in his mind. One last thing that Izuku took to doing during the 3 days period was watch the video of his fight with Ryukyu repeatedly while analyzing it in extreme detail. Every playthrough of the video revealed something new to him, to which he dutifully wrote down in his notebook, which was starting to become more about him than it was about pro heroes, something he would have never imagined even a week ago. From his scales to his claws, Fang's breath, and even his method of attack, everything was accounted for. He even watched videos online about the flying motion of birds in hopes of giving himself a head start in learning how to do so. He thought about watching to see how bats fly, but quickly decided not to. Thankfully, Not having to go to school gave Izuku more time to adjust to all of this without dealing with extra problems, though he did wonder from time to time just how much has changed at that place after the alley incident. The twins and their gang were at the top of the food chain at Aldera Junior High while he was at the bottom, but even he knew that their position was only through intimidation and whatnot because everyone was afraid of them. But now he wonders just how much of that would change. Eventually the night before Ryukyu came and Izuku found himself laying in his bed staring up at the ceiling, his mind deep in thought. The lights were off, and while usually he would be staring into the darkness whenever he did this, which happened far more often than he would care to admit to his mother with the life he has had, he was now seeing his entire room in black and white. But that was not important at the moment. What was though? Holy crap, this is it, he told himself. Tomorrow I take my first step into becoming a hero like All Might. Everyone who has ever doubted his dream began to fill his mind. From the twins to the teachers at his former school to even random people around the apartment complex who somehow caught wind of his desire to become a protector of the people. All of them merely laughed at him and told him to get with reality. All of them told him to just sit down and be quiet like a good little quirkless person and stay out of everyone's else way. Now he was going to be able to prove them all wrong. To show everyone who has ever doubted him that he was going to be a hero, and not just any type of hero but one of the greats like All Might. All he had to do was embrace the chance given to him and hope that he would not mess it up. I wonder what Dad would say if he was here right now, Izuku asked himself as his eyes began to close and he drifted off to sleep while a single phrase from his childhood began to play in his head right as he entered the realm of dreams. You can be whatever you want to be when you grow up, Izuku, and if the world has a problem with that then it would be in their best interest to just stay out of your way. Eventually Thursday night turned to Friday morning and it was safe to say that perhaps the pro hero should have given him a bit more time if only for his mother's sake. Have to dust this clock. Have to clean the speck of food off the table. Have to make sure the good couch pillows are out, Inko told herself as Izuku watches his mom move around the house in a fury that he could only compare to a tropical storm as the woman sped through the apartment, frantically cleaning every nook and cranny. Normally the boy would have suggested to his mother to calm down and take it easy, but seeing how it was Ryukyu herself that was coming over to discuss matters with the Midoriya family and pick him up for his first day of training, Izuku could see why she was in such a frenzy. It was not every day that a top 10 pro hero came to your home. Understandably though, Ryukyu did text to both Inko and Izuku that they should keep said visit a secret from anyone in order to not alert the media and have tons of reporters waiting for them to leave. Ryukyu also said that they would be arriving early in the morning around the time most people were just waking up in order to avoid drawing a crowd. But Izuku found himself so engrossed by his mom's frantic cleaning that he barely heard the 3 pair of footsteps coming from outside. Wow, I heard them through the door and everything, he thought before speaking. I think they're here, Mom. Already? She says as her head snaps to the clock, but they're here a minute early. I still haven't steam cleaned the kitchen a second time. Mom, Izuku calmly says while gently taking the duster out of her hand, the house is fine, trust me. But there is still so much to do and I have to. She began to rant on as Izuku took the cleaning scarf off her head and led her to the couch and sat her down just as a knock came from the door. I'll go greet them, he tells her as he gets up and heads to the door, leaving his mother on the couch in mid-rant. He slowly approaches the door and stops just short of putting his hand on the doorknob as he takes a deep breath not just through his mouth but his nose as well. An overwhelming scent of perfume, but underneath it all was small traces of rotten vegetables, and foul water. If anything, he would relate it to a swamp. The smell one gets when they are standing outside during a light rainstorm, though the images of mountains did also come to mind for some reason. And finally, well, he could not quite describe Ryukyu. Her scent was a mixture of things that he really could not put a name to right now. It was like she was something one moment but at the same time she was not. Izuku shook the thought out of his head and opened the door, bowing as he did so. It is good to see you again, Master Ryukyu. Welcome to my home. After a moment of awkward silence, Izuku looks up to see the 3 women staring at him. Takako seems to be in the process of flicking away her cigarette, though she had her left eyebrow raised while looking directly back at Izuku. Yui was covering her mouth and seemingly trying to stifle a giggle. But Ryukyu just looked amused by the whole thing, cracking a small smile before bowing respectfully to Izuku. "Thank you for having us, Midoriya." Izuku stands straight back up with an embarrassing expression on his face. "Was I being too formal just now?" he meekly asks as he stepped to the side to let them in. No, you weren't, Midoriya," Ryuko answers as she enters. "You just might want to throttle it back a little on the master part." "But you are teaching me though," Izuku points out. "True, but I like to think that I'm also guiding you. You won't be forced to do anything you don't want to do by me or my staff," Ryukyu says. "Oh." Izuku thought for a moment, "So what should I call you by then?" "Just Ryukyu will do fine, or even Miss Tatsuma," the pro hero says. With all that out of the way, the group made their way to the living room where both members of the Midoriya households were greeted with the sight of Ryukyu, Takako, and Yui bowing a bit deeper than usual to Inko upon getting within a proper distance of the woman. Noticing the quizzical looks on their faces, Yui steps forward to explain. "In Okinawan culture, women hold statuses of respect depending on their age," she began, "since Mrs. Midoriya, the current head of the household and an older woman than us, that dictates the degree at which we bow at." "Oh, I see," Inko says, not sure whether or not she should feel slightly insulted by the older woman remark. "I didn't realize that you and Miss Higa practice Okinawan culture alongside Ryukyu." "It is because everyone at Ryukyu's agency is from Okinawa with not a drop of Japanese in our blood," Takako blurts out, quickly earning herself a glare for the Dragoon Hero. "What she means to say is that myself and everyone in my staff grew up together and can trace our lineage all the way back directly to the founding of the Ryukyu kingdom and are pure Ryukyuan," the heroine then explains, not noticing the raised eyebrow that her medical advisor was throwing at her. "That is almost literally the same thing Takako said, just in a more professional way," Yui thinks. Inko and Izuku exchange looks with one another before the boy merely shrugs. "It's her agency. Legally she can hire whoever she wants," he then voices. "Good point," Inko replies before turning back to the women. "Please sit." Ryuko and Yui moved to sit in the two chairs while Izuku sat on the couch with his mom. Inko turns her attention to Takako, who was still standing at the outer edge of the living room. "I will stand if that is all right with everyone," the secretary states. "I do not want to be a distraction to your son by sitting so close to him." Inko then turns her glance downward toward Takako's attention-grabbing chest before looking at her son with a raised eyebrow and a stern look on her face. Izuku's face goes beet red and he starts waving his hands everywhere while trying to make coherent words come out of his mouth. Luckily Ryuko, who was trying her best not to laugh, decides to salvage the situation, lightly coughing into her fist and catching everyone's attention. "Before we go over the training outline, I would like to ask something of your son, Mrs. Midoriya," she says. Izuku's full attention was now given to the pro hero as the woman spoke. "If possible, I need you to recall everything that happened from your encounter with that sludge villain up to the following morning," Ryuko says before gesturing a hand over to her Silver Hair Agency's doctor. "Yui believes that doing so can help us better understand your quirk." "Did anything unusual happen to you after the other day?" Yui then spoke. Izuku laughs a little, kind of hard to narrow it down with just that. "I ask that you please take this seriously," Yui says in a stern tone that catches Izuku off guard. "Given the strong emotional reaction your quirk awakening gave you, we need to be prepared for any other surprises that may happen while training. Do you recall any incidents, things you couldn't explain, visions and such?" Ryuko then asks. Was Izuku's reaction for a moment before he leans over and starts focusing, trying to remember everything that happened since the incident while on his way home from school. "I remember losing consciousness just after All Might freed me from the Sludge Villain," he then begun. "And then what?" Takako asks from her position. "I remember having a dream of some sort and I was seeing dragons, hundreds of them, and no two were alike. They were all different from one another in a variety of ways," Izuku kept going. Yui pulls out a tablet and starts typing everything Izuku said down. "Please go on," Ryuko says. "They were fighting one another, tearing each other to pieces, but 10 of them stood out among the rest." "And how did they stand out?" Ryuko says. They were flying directly above me for starters. Izuku answers, there were two groups. One consisted of a gold dragon, a silver dragon, a bronze dragon, a copper dragon, and a brass dragon. The other one had a red dragon, a blue dragon, a green dragon, a black dragon, and finally, a white dragon. Izuku then thought for a moment before speaking again. In fact, the scales of the last dragon match exactly with the scales I had on me in the video, he points out. Yui types something else down as Izuku kept going. Anyway, the two groups landed on either side of me and began to, from what I could tell, face off against one another. Izuku says, at first, they unleashed their breath attacks at one another, mainly at the dragon directly across from them. Once they stopped that, they began to roar to the sky with the other's dragons joining in not long afterwards. I covered my ears in an attempt to drown out the noise, but it did no good. Finally, they stopped, and when I looked up to see what was going on, I saw that they were bowing to me for some reason. I then noticed something was above me, but when I turned to see what it was, I then regained consciousness. Ryuko, Takako, and Yui exchange looks with each other for a moment before the pro hero decides to keep going. What happened after you went home? She asks. Izuku rubs his chin in thought. I got home just fine and had dinner by myself while mom was still at work. Ryuko did not miss the displeasing look on Inko's face with her sharp eyes. Afterwards I was in my room working on a new notebook right before the boy presses on before halting. Is something a matter? Yui asks as she along with everyone else in the room was wondering why Izuku suddenly stopped, his face staring to turn bright red. Well, while I was doing my usual hobby of keeping up to date with pro heroes, I was looking at the billboard and your name caught my attention. Izuku confess, after reading through some stuff on you I notice an article about whether or not you have stagnated as a pro hero. Ryuko raises an eyebrow at this for a moment before shrugging, makes sense. Everyone else seems to think I have slowed down, so it's no surprise there would be articles about it in my forums. May I ask you two questions then? Izuku meekly says. Of course, this is your home after all and I am a guest in it, Ryuko answers. Why did your public appearances and cases drop along with you stopping your contributions to the Girl Scouts? Izuku asks. The first ones was because of personal matters that took a long time to resolve, Ryuko answers without hesitation. The Girl Scouts issue though was because they started going down a path that went against my beliefs. Izuku was taken aback by this statement, against your beliefs. The Girl Scouts of Japan originally had a policy where they would accept every girl that wanted to join, whether or not they had a weak quirk, strong quirk, or even quirkless. Takako speaks up. In the past few months though they have been moving away from that belief into only accepting girls with strong quirks so they could guide them toward becoming pro heroes. In order to make themselves look better, Izuku finishes with a sullen tone, so it's not just at Aldera then. It's all over Japan actually, Yui states. A person is still a person and a quirk shouldn't decide how they are treated, Ryuko says. Now I believe you said you had two questions to ask me. Yes, I was wondering what exactly brought you to Musudafu. You were the highest rank pro hero in Tokyo, so it seems odd that you would just up and leave, Izuku says. Ryuko takes a deep breath while leaning back in the chair and looking up at the ceiling. Do you want the official story that the HPSC told me to say or the real reason why? Izuku and Inko both share another look of confusion with one another before a cough from Takako draws their attention to her. The official story is that the HPSC had noticed an increase in villain activity in the Musudafu area and felt that having another high-ranked pro hero would help those numbers go down, especially since UA is located here, the lawyer spoke, plus also having such a high-ranked pro hero in the area could only help the school out. Then what was the real reason? Inko asks. Simple. Ryuko then spoke. I got too many complaints. Complaints? Izuku repeats. Izuku, you're pretty knowledgeable on pro heroes, so answer me this. Ryuko starts. How many pro heroes in Japan do you know that can fly? I mean like really fly, not using support equipment to get around. Izuku's mind starts racing, rapidly cycling through the thousands of pro heroes and sidekicks in the country. 5 seconds later. 3, he says, you, Hawks, and the Fly. Yep, Hawks is on Kyushu and the fly is at Shikoku, Ryuko says. Pretty soon it might be you as well if everything plays out. Izuku perks up at this statement. Pro heroes who can naturally fly can cover way more ground than pro heroes who can't, thus they can maintain larger patrol area. Most flying support equipment has altitude limitations and needs constant maintenance to keep up their performance, and that restricts their mobility, Ryuko starts. I fail to see how you being able to fly would get you complaints. I think the citizens of Tokyo would have appreciate the fact a pro hero like yourself could show up on scene quickly, Inko says. Who said it was the average civilians that were complaining? Ryuko asks as she brings her head down and looks at the woman. Half of my complaints came from other pro heroes to the HPSC. What? Izuku says, but why? Simple, I was overshadowing them too much. Ryuko answers, even with my decline in cases I was still the leading pro hero in Tokyo simply because I could patrol an entire ward of the Tokyo metropolis area in a day from the sky. For the other pro heroes in Tokyo, patrolling just half a district within those wards is considered a long day's work. Therefore, I was seen by them as overstepping my agency's area of responsibility and making them lose face in the public's eyes. Wow, Izuku said, now realizing to the full extent how flying was a major advantage to have as a pro hero. But he was also put off by the fact that some pro heroes seemed to hate Ryukyu for simply doing her sworn duty and trying to keep the streets safe. I'm also too big of a deterrent, Ryuko continue on, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. You will find very few villains who are stupid enough to want to take on a dragon, and even less of those who actually can. And so, villains started leaving the Tokyo area and heading into the surrounding regions, which saw a large spike in crime, and there are not many heroes out there, Takako adds. So, when the HPSC told me this, I decided to just up and leave. I was getting tired Tokyo anyway. Then I simply picked Musudafu on a whim, Ryuko says. Though the HPSC didn't take it well that I just up and left without warning or a notice, and they had to scramble to give a number of pro heroes there to fill the gap. Interesting, Izuku says before realizing something. Wait a minute, you said that half your complaints came from other pro heroes. Who were the other half complaining if it wasn't civilians? Ryuko cracked a smile at this. Okay, you didn't hear this from me, but the other half were politicians, believe it or not. Izuku and Inko's eyes widen at this statement. Why? Inko asks. Apparently a bunch of politicians, including a number of them in the Diet itself, did not like the fact that the top pro hero in the capital of Japan was someone who didn't even consider herself Japanese. I'm pretty sure even the Prime Minister and the Emperor were at the top of that list of people did not like having Ryukyu in Tokyo, though they did not say so publicly. Takako says, take that how you will. Mirko told me that how they kept asking her to move permanently to Tokyo as a sort of counterbalance to me, but she always blew them off. Ryuko remembers with a chuckle, she does her own thing and no one can tell her otherwise. Though I do find it odd that they would even go to her, seeing how she is only 3/4 Japanese, but I guess they rather have someone who has no problem admitting they're 3/4 Japanese than someone who doesn't consider themselves Japanese at all. We are starting to get off subject here, Yui spoke up. You're right, Ryuko says before leaning forward. Did anything happen while you were looking me up? Izuku's cheeks turning red was the only way he could react to the sly grin Ryukyu gave him as she said that last part. Please don't tease him, Ryuko, he is already having a hard enough time with Takako, Yui points out. Sorry, Ryuko apologies, but not without laughing a little first. Well, while I was looking through your article, I was hit with a terrible pounding in my head. It was so bad that I fell to the floor, Izuku starts, and then I heard a voice. A voice, you say? Yui inquires, only for Izuku to nod. And what did the voice say? I wish I knew. It spoke in a language I didn't understand, Izuku answers. Do you remember what it said though? Yui questions. Izuku nods again. How could I forget? It said Asir, Vutha, Ulhar, Achuik, Ver Charir. Then it said Ajir, Rach, Oraj, Orn, Ver Oryx. With each word though, one of the 10 dragons from before appear in my mind along with a pounding in my head. Finally, it all simply stopped and I just fell asleep on the floor. I.C. Yui says after a moment before typing something down. So did anything happen in the morning? Izuku's eyes wander up to the ceiling in thought. I woke up and got dressed without any issue, though once I got outside I was able to hear things that I normally didn't hear. Like my neighbors arguing and such. More typing by Yui. Anyway, I started walking and I guess I wasn't paying attention when I crossed the street because I almost got hit by a delivery truck, Izuku says, wincing at the gasp from his mother. When you say almost, you mean? Yui inquires. Izuku mentally measures the distance in his head before looking over at high-ranking pro hero next to him. I would say it was just about the distance between Ryukyu and myself. Another gasp from Inko. And you were able to avoid this? Takako asks. It was like the whole world just slowed down at that very moment and I found myself able to step back out of the way and let the truck go by me. I even noticed details about the truck, the driver, and even the logo of the company. Apparently, the driver was talking to his wife on the phone and wasn't paying attention, Izuku says. Anyway, after that, I left and went down an alley where I was almost hit by a plant pot that weighed about 40 kilograms, but I caught it with one hand and it felt as light as a feather. Even more typing from Yui. Oh, then I was able to get to school in a short amount of time despite being so far away just by running. I wasn't even that tired afterwards, Izuku remembers. Izuku, he suddenly hears his mom says and he turns to look at her. Why are her eyes covered by her hair and why do I feel an ominous feeling coming from her? Was the only thought that came to his mind at that moment. Did you remember the name of the company owner of the truck that almost hit you? Inko asks in low voice. Izuku looks up at the ceiling in thought with his hand on his chin. I recall seeing the words Hatsume Industries on the side of the truck. Izuku spoke before a light bulb went off in his head and he slowly turned back to his mom. I think that's the same company where you work at. Inko abruptly stood up with a smile plaster on her face. Said smile even caused the veteran and battle-hardened Ryukyu to lean back a little in her chair due to the negative energy that was behind it. Could everyone pardon me for a moment? I have to make a phone call, she merely said as she calmly walks toward the phone, Takako damn near jumping to the side in order to stay clear out her way. Inko then picks up the phone. And by pick up that meant she used her quirk to basically zip line it into her hand, almost yanking the base of it off the table in the process. She then dials a number, and waits for someone to pick up on the other line while Izuku, Ryukyu, Takako, and Yui found themselves watching this play out. Finally, someone picked up on the other end and through his enhanced hearing, Izuku was able to hear the full conversation. Hatsume Industries, how may I help you? He hears a perky and feminine voice say. Hello Akira, it's Inko. Oh morning, how is everything going with you and your son? This Akira asks. We're doing well, thank you for asking, Inko answers. So, what can I do for you today? Akira then asks. Remember that rumor you told me about when I called the other day? About how one of the warehouse drivers almost hit a kid and he got in trouble for not filing a complete report, Inko asks. Yeah, I do, Akira answers. First off, I'll be coming in a little late today. Second of all, could you transfer me over to the warehouse main office? Inko asks. Sure can. 1 minute, Akira says after a moment of silence, confusion evident in her voice. Thank you, the mother spoke in a completely patient's tone. Warehouse department, Sanada here. Izuku then hears another voice, this one rough and tough, say. Hello, Mr. Sanada, this is Inko Midoriya, I work in finances. Did one of your drivers file a report about how they almost hit someone in the Minami ward earlier this week? I believe it happened in the morning. Inko asks, I also believe that it involved a teenage boy. Izuku then heard the sound of shuffling papers and drawers being open. Yeah, Shinji had a near miss with some kid earlier this week during his morning run in that area, though he didn't get the kid's information. Luckily the boy got out the way due to his quirk according to the paperwork. Shinji claimed it happened because he was tired from pulling a second shift and being on the phone with his wife. He has already been docked a day's paid for this incident. Mr. Sanada says, why you asking anyway? Is Shinji there right now? Inko asks. Hey lady, I ask you a question. He has already been reprimanded, so why do you want to talk to? An aura of malicious intent sprang forth from Inko, putting everyone else in the apartment on edge including Ryuko, who finds herself instinctively clutching the arms of the chair while a deadly chill went down both Takako and Yui's spines. Izuku seemed the least affected by it, but the hairs on his neck were still standing up. Nowhere near as strong as the pulses of energy Izuku was giving off, but the amount of dark intent behind it is amazing, Ryuko muses. Is Mr. Shinji there right now? Inko asks again in a cold tone with a heated edge to it and as clear as day. Izuku hears the man's loud gulp from the other end. I'll call for him right now, ma'am, Mr. Sanada then says. Thank you, Inko replies. Through the phone Izuku could hear Mr. Sanada abruptly getting out of his chair and nearly running through his office. He then hears the words, Shinji, get your dumbass up to my office right the F*** now. Seconds later, Izuku hears Mr. Sanada once again on the other line. He is on his way up now, ma'am. Thank you again, Inko replies. Within moments, Izuku's ears pick up the frantic opening of a door along with the voice of a confused man whose voice sounded familiar. You wanted to see me. Take the phone, he hears Mr. Sanada says. Who's on the other line? Take the phone. Hello, this is Shinji Era. Mr. Shinji, this is Inko Midoriya from the finances department. Earlier this week you had a near miss with a teenage boy while on your supply run in the Minami ward. Something along the lines of you being on the phone with your wife, I believe. Inko cuts him off. Yeah, I did. I failed to see. That teenage boy was my son, and yet because you failed to get his information for your report and because my son failed to mention this incident until just a few minutes ago, I was completely unaware of the situation. Inko starts before another spike in her negative aura was felt, so as of right now I am not a very happy mother. For the second time in 2 minutes, Izuku heard a grown man loudly gulp from his mom just talking to them. He was certain he could hear the man's teeth rattling. And it was in that moment that Inko turned her attention to him and the boy froze like a deer in the headlights. That is if said headlights of death were the ceiling lights hitting his mother's eyes at just the right angle to make it seem like they were glowing. But rest assured Mr. Shinji, I will be correcting that problem as soon as possible, she then says into the phone, her eyes never leaving her son. What do you need me to do, ma'am? What I want is for you to be waiting for me in front of my desk by the time I arrive at work, which will be around 9 today. Inko answers, we are going to have a discussion on company policy in regards to properly filling out incidents reports. I will be there 30 minutes prior, ma'am, Shinji says. See that you do, Inko says before hanging up the phone with a bit more force than usual. She then takes a deep breath before prompting walking back over to the couch and sitting down. Now, where were we? She asks with a smile, this one with significantly less evil intent behind it. For a moment, everyone else in the room found themselves speechless. It was only after finally regaining her nerve that Ryuko spoke. I'm sorry, Mrs. Midoriya, but I believe we have been here longer than expected, and I just remember that I had an important meeting that involves introducing Izuku to the rest of my staff back at my agency in preparation for his training, she says. Also it seems we will have to finish the rest of the questions there. For a moment Inko merely smiled at the Ryuko, and the pro hero was starting to wonder if the woman saw right through her. Okay then, I realize that this training is important for my son, so I won't keep you, Inko says before turning her eyes to Izuku. You should probably go get your backpack now. Izuku quickly nods and take off in a blur toward his room, leaving the 4 women in an awkward silence with Inko smiling the whole time. Izuku comes bursting back into the living room a moment later with his backpack. Ready to go. I will go get the car, Takako then says as she practically ran to the door. And I will help you, Yui says as she follows after her, leaving Ryuko behind. Traitors, Ryuko tells herself before standing up and bowing at Inko. Thank you for having us. It was my pleasure, the woman replies before turning to her son. I hope you have a good day at training today, Izuku. Do your best and don't do anything that will cause me to worry about you, she says with that same smile and a small spike of negative energy. Izuku feels a shiver travel up and down his spine. Why yes, ma'am, he replies before heading out the door with a quick, have a good day at work, mom. Seeing now that she was alone in the room, Ryuko once again bows before turning around and following after everyone else. Miss Tatsuma. She hears behind her and stops dead in her tracks. She then slowly turns her head to looking at the still smiling Inko. I'm leaving my only child in your hands, the woman said. I trust that you will take care of him. Of course, Mrs. Midoriya, Ryuko answers. My son is finally on the path of realizing his lifelong dream of being a pro hero. Inko kept talking. I pray that you won't do anything that could shatter that. I would never. Ryuko before opening the door. One more thing, Miss Tatsuma. Inko calls out to her. I expect a daily update on Izuku's progress if that's not too much trouble. Ryuko could feel her eyes start to twitch, therefore she did not turn around when she answers. As you wish, Mrs. Midoriya. I will have my staff send you an email at the end of the day. Thank you. And have a nice day. Inko calls out, finally allowing Ryuko to walk out the door. As she closes the door and finds herself alone out in the hallway of the apartment complex, Ryuko leans over the rail and takes a deep breath. As she slowly exhales, one thought crosses her mind. A mother's fury is a terrible thing to behold. I wonder if I would have been the victim of such a thing if Mom was still alive today. Back inside the Midoriya residence, Inko moves to get ready for work when the phone rings. Oh, that better be Hisashi. He is going to have a lot of explaining to do as to why he hasn't answered my calls and texts, she allowed as she picks up the phone. Midoriya residence. A voice starts speaking on the other end and Inko's hopeful smile downgrades into a frown. Hello, Principal Joshi, she says in an icy tone. The man starts talking and Inko could feel her blood pressure start to rise with every word that came out of his mouth. Principal Joshi, we have already been through this already quite a number of times. My son will not be returning to Aldera Junior High. I don't care if you have rescinded his expulsion, she states. More talking on the other end. Well, Principal Joshi, from what Izuku has been telling me over the past few days, he has been belittled, taunted, told his dreams were stupid and impossible to achieve, discriminated against for being quirkless, and ignored. And that was just by your staff, Inko explains. You don't even want to hear what the student body did to him while your teacher stood by and did nothing. The pleading in the man's voice now increase. Principal Joshi, you're a grown man. Please act like it and try to have some dignity, Inko tells him. You should be happy that the only reason I'm not suing you and your staff for gross misconduct and the slandering of my family on national television is because we don't want nothing more to do with Aldera Junior High. Have a good day, Principal Joshi. It would be wise of you to stop calling. Inko then promptly hangs up the phone and turns her attention to a family photo of Izuku, Hisashi, and herself at an amusement park before letting out a breath. Am I going to have to hunt down my own husband to get some answers? This was not a jest. Inko was strongly considering hiring people to help establishing contact with her husband in regards to her son's quirk. Mostly because some of the questions that have been on her mind for the past 3 days were the very questions that she found herself afraid to ask Ryukyu or even her son for fear of the answer. What was going on with that black dragon behind Izuku that day in the alley? Why did he have glowing red eyes? What about that white dragon that appeared behind Izuku right before he fought Ryukyu? She asks herself, and why has no one talked about any of those things whatsoever? Inside of the car carrying Izuku, Ryuko, Takako, and Yui, a wave of near silence envelops the interior among the 4 occupants as they left the Midoriya's apartment complex and Inko behind. Izuku found himself cradling his backpack while simply looking down at his feet as 1,000 thoughts ran rampant through his mind. Occasionally, he stole glances at the 3 women in the vehicle with him. Yui seemed to be busy reading through a folder, every now and then jolting something down while Takako was driving, talking to someone on the phone, though the talking on her part was mostly limited to single-word answers and the occasional HMPH and For some reason though, Izuku could not hear the both sides of the conversation going on despite being far closer to the phone than he was back at home when his mom was on it, but he decides that he would question this later. Regardless, Izuku felt like he should point out that it is safer to use a hand-free mode of talking while driving but decides against it. Something about the woman's aura rubbed him the wrong way, so he decides to tread carefully around her. In a way, the secretary reminded him of Himiko in the brief time he knew her. Beautiful yet dangerous, or the more accurate statement of the girl being really beautiful yet really dangerous. The sheer fact that he still thought the psychopath girl was beautiful was really starting to make him wonder whether or not his quirk was affecting his mental health. The sheer fact that he found himself staring at a picture of her that he found on the internet that was taken just after she got arrested for a long period of time one night made him think that he might actually be crazy. Anyway, back to the car. Last but certainly not least, Ryukyu, of all people, was merely looking out the window almost in a lazy manner. Izuku himself found the sight of one of the few pro-heroes, in fact people in general, whose quirk allowed them to fly riding in the passenger seat of a car to be quite amusing. If he could fly right now, he would do so wherever he could. To soar among the clouds and over entire cities while seeing the world from an entirely different perspective would be quite the experience. You're going to be one of those quiet types that have a vivid imagination, aren't you? A feminine voice suddenly rings in his head and Izuku's eyes widen in shock as the disembodied head of the Black Eyes Red Dragon materializes directly in front of him. Don't get me wrong, I like those types of people. They're always the ones that will surprise you the most. The dragon kept speaking. I'm Hunluan by the way in case you didn't remember and I represent your chaotic side, Izuku. Oh crap, so all that wasn't a very realistic dream, was it? Izuku thought. Nope, no it was not, Hunluan answers, but hey, at least you remember to use your mind to have a conversation with me instead of speaking aloud. 10 points to House Midoriya. If Ryuko, Takako, or Yui were paying a bit more attention to Izuku beyond the occasional glance they might have noticed that the boy was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Breath, kid, breath. I'm not here to hurt you, I'm here to help you, just like the others, including Burai, despite his appearance and shitty attitude. Who are you? Izuku asks. You're not good at paying attention, are you? Hunluan asks as her head floated around a little bit. Izuku gives a small shrug. Like Doggle said, I am the physical embodiment of your chaotic side, kid. All those times you did or thought about cutting loose and giving the middle finger to the establishment and authority and whatnot. I'm all that molded into one, Hunluan explains. Anyway, the others and I came to a decision on how we should ease you into the idea of us being around and so decided that we should appear before you one at a time instead of all at once. Guess who drew the short straw? Okay, I think I'm starting to understand, Izuku says. Before Izuku could comment on the aggressive yet highly accurate statement, an alarm goes off on the car's center panel on the dashboard, catching his attention as he watches Ryuko press a button next to the screen and the image of a glasses-wearing man with deep blue long hair that seemed to go past his shoulders appears. What the situation, Tatsuhiro? She then asks. There's a report of 3 potential high-class villains running amok in an outdoor shopping center not far from your location, 2 males and 1 female. Going off the HPSC and police communication chatter, there's a number of civilians in the area, mostly early bird special sales folks and a couple shop owners, he replies. Yui leans over to Izuku. That's Tatsuhiro Shimabukuro, Ryukyu's intel gathering specialist. She explains, he monitors the news channels and communication lines of the HPSC and police in order to notify Ryukyu of any villains' attacks, accidents, or disasters that require her assistance. He also gives her any personal information about a villain she is fighting if he can find it. Izuku nods his head though he kept his comment about how Tatsuhiro looks like he has not had a good night's sleep in a while to himself. Something inside made him think that Yui would not appreciate that. What kind of quirk do these villains have? Ryuko asked without hesitation. Going off the chatter and some social media posts, they seem to have a combination of a growth quirk and a rock quirk, seeing how all 3 of them seems to stand around 2 meters tall and have rock-like skin covering their bodies. Ayano says there's a good chance they're related and thus possibly work well together. No previous criminals records to find though, so they might be first-timers, Tatsuhiro says as a picture taking off of social media briefly shows, illustrating the villains, though be aware that they have already taken down 3 cops and 3 other pro-heroes and a sidekick, the highest ranking being at 153. Damn amateurs, Takako curses, everyone wants to make a name for themselves. Ayano Oshiro is Ryukyu's quirk analyst and provides real-time tactics to Ryukyu in the middle of combat if she needs it. Yui explains to Izuku, "You'll meet her, Tatsuhiro, and the others at the agency today. She has a quirk analyst on her staff," Izuku thinks. "Got it, Tatsuhiro," Ryuko says, "Inform the HPSC that I'm on my way then." "Copy. I am sending you the location now," Tatsuhiro said right before his face disappear and a map of the local area appear in its place. A red dot appears a couple of blocks away from the car's icon to the west. "That's close by," Ryuko comments, "I should be there in no time." "You need to take these guys down quick and clean," Takako states as she turns the car left on a street while pushing another button on the dashboard and the roof of the car retracts all the way back as well as roll all the windows down. Izuku then notices that the pro hero was unbuckling her seatbelt. "I realize that," Ryuko says before looking back at Izuku, "you might want to lean back in your seat a bit." "Huh," Izuku says before a hand from Yui pushes down on his chest and makes him comply with Ryuko's request. "Stick your head out the window to breathe," the medical advisor tells him. "Huh," Izuku says again. Ryuko then turns back around just as Takako pushes yet another button and interior of the car fills with white smoke. "What the?" Izuku shouts as he throws his head out the window in order to get some fresh air. It was during this moment that he catches something out of the corner of his eye in the sky and looks up to see what it was. It was the front passenger seat chair. The very chair that Ryukyu was seating in only moments ago. And it was a good 10 meters in the air above the car with its former occupant even higher as she abandons the seat to rapidly grow her wings out of her back. With one mighty flap of said wings, the Dragoon Hero was bolting through the air toward the market while a small parachute had popped out of the top of the seat and it gently floats down to the sidewalk. "Wow," was all Izuku could say as he watches Ryukyu fly through the skies above Musudafu all the while Takako did her best to keep the car at pace with her, swerving and weaving through the morning traffic while doing so. Himiko Toga was dying from boredom and not just any type of boredom. It was the type of boredom that could only be cured by one thing and one thing only, but she knew that she was not doing that anytime soon. She was currently laying on the couch in the living room while wearing a white t-shirt along with a pair of red shorts. The residence she was in was a decent-sized two-bedroom house which was owned by one Sekijiro-kan, Vlad King, Vlad sometimes, or Old Man if she was in a foul mood, which was situated a short distance from the prestige UA school. In a sense, Himiko guessed it was not a bad location all things considered. From what she remembered Vlad saying, it was only a 5-minute drive to school for him and he never had to deal with traffic and a police station was nearby, so crime was basically non-existent in this part of town between that and the school. Now while Himiko was a lot of things, sadistic, deadly, impulsive, a criminal to some, a psychopath to others, and these were just the things her therapist has told her. Anyway, the one thing she was not was stupid. The fact that she evaded both the police and over a dozen pro-heroes for 2 weeks was proof of that. She easily read between the lines of what her guardian was telling her. Act up and the hammer of justice will come down on her swiftly. Blowing a strand of her blonde hair out of her face, the girl then turns her attention to the crack window, situated at the end of the couch, taking in the wiring that was attached to it. The maximum distance the window could be cracked was a mere 2 inches, or else an alarm would go off at both UA and the local Musudafu police station. This same mechanism and system applied to all the other windows at the residence. She then shifts her focus to the front door, of which there was a keypad on the handle. A number of homes in Japan had such a device, especially in areas with a lot of crime. But while those houses had it only on the outside, this particular one was installed on both inside and out and was programmed only to unlock the triple-bolted locks on the door after a 20-digit alphanumerical code was put in. Just one wrong digit would send the keypad into lockdown and set off an alarm at the police station in UA. Vlad ferociously guarded this code, never writing it down, never saying it aloud when he punches it in, and making sure that she was never close by to see him punch it in when he did. Can't believe he actually has the balls to tell me that this was all for my own safety, Himiko laughs to herself as she remembers when Vlad told her that. He has informed her that Endeavor's and Midnight's agencies were still angry over their sidekicks being put in the hospital because of her, and this was a necessary precaution in case they let their anger override their common sense and he was not around to protect her since he would be at school. He also mentioned how the injuries she inflicted upon those sidekicks, while not fatal and that was definitely not from lack of trying, were severe enough that a number of them had to cut their pro heroes' careers short. Himiko's response was straight to the point. Guess they would have made shitty pro heroes if they couldn't even take down me. If anything, I did Japan a service. Safe to say that the pro hero teacher did not appreciate her sense of humor. Anyway, that little spat happened about a month ago, and for the umpteenth time she found herself unable to keep herself entertained. She had already watched the entire series of Red Dwarf, a British comedy from the pre-Quirk era that Vlad was apparently a big fan of, 3 times including the movies, and while she will admit that she found the cat cast member to be her favorite in most part due to his fangs and narcissistic attitude, it was quickly becoming old. She had already completed the homework assigned to her for the week by her pro-hero guardian and was now just sitting around the house, hoping that something would cure her of this stagnation. She took another quick glance around the living room, briefly marveling at the fact that it was surprisingly clean. Even more amazing was the fact that Vlad was the one who did all the cleaning. The average person could not tell due to the man's gruff exterior and conditions of his quirk, but the man was a neat freak of the highest order. He even separates his trash, and he made sure that Himiko did so as well. Believe or not, none of the aforementioned security measures or personal habits of her guardian bother her as much as some people would think it would. After all, she still had a room to herself, a cell phone, a laptop, and could even order her own style of clothing online to wear, paid for by the pro hero. Now if only she was not given less than a single blood pack a day, then she might actually be almost happy. But she wishes herself good luck in regards to that, as even her blood packs had their own security precautions. For starters, they were rationed out to her throughout the day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner through vials which roughly equal up to half a cup, or in her terms of her quirk, half a day of being able to hold a transformation. Said vials were stored in Vlad's room in a high-security safe that only he knew the combination to, and all that was secured behind another keypad locked door. While he was home for breakfast and dinner, Vlad would actually leave the school during the lunch period and drive down to the house to give her the blood vial for her lunch meal before heading back up before class started up again. Another concept was the fact that she was only given the blood from a foreign donor, usually a Westerner, and she actually had to admit that the idea behind that was actually pretty thought out. So even if she somehow manages to get out of the house, most likely tripping the alarms in the process, and transform into her blood pack donor, she would stick out like a sore thumb, seeing how not many foreigners came to this part of Japan. And if a foreign donor was not available, they would then give her the blood of a donor who was unusually tall, fat, or some other aspect that made them stand out. So basically, any transformation she did made her easy pickings for the cops or pro heroes to find her. Finally, there was the added bonus that every blood pack had a designation number assigned to it, and Vlad made sure to update the local law enforcement of which one she was drinking from so they could bring the number up in their computers and thus get a picture of the donor. If it was not for the fact that all these security measures were keeping her from having fun, she would feel honored that they were going through all this trouble for her, perhaps even flatter. Though she was a bit surprised about the lack of cameras inside of the house itself, though she guesses that Vlad respects her privacy that much. But that did not mean that there were not a few cameras around the neighborhood watching the house itself, with possibly a police car or two around as good measure. But she could forgive all of that crap, they just let her have a knife. Once again, anything with a bladed edge were locked away in a safe in Vlad's room and were only brought out whenever Vlad was cooking, which she had to stay in her room while he did so. Even the types of material that she could use to make a shank was hidden away from her. She found herself starting to go through what she suspected was a form of withdrawal, as countless times throughout the day and night she found her hands and fingers molding into the shape they took whenever they were actually clutching the handle of a blade. It has been 2 months since she held something with a cutting edge in her hands, and the sorrowing feeling it produced within her made her wonder if this was how drug addicts felt whenever they were in rehab or were unable to financially support their habit. She wanted to cut something. She wanted to make that something bleed. She wanted to drink blood hot and flesh from a living person, not from a cold blood pack. Just the mere thought of seeing someone's life essence drain from their body as their face went pale excited her, even more so if she was the reason that it was happening. It added a certain flavor to it. Saito. The name suddenly popped into her mind and the image of her former classmate follows soon afterwards. Oh no, she thought as she could feel her breathing and heart rate quickening, I need to calm down. But I can't help it. No, calm down, Himiko, calm down. But despite saying those words she only got more excited and her hands tendering clutch her face that was heating up as she thought about her first love. The day she finally got to express her true self and feeling for him was one that would stay with her for the rest of her life. It is true what they say, you always remember your first, Himiko says as fond memories start to resurface. She remembers like it was yesterday even if it only happened 2 months ago. An empty school hallway with just the two of them just like those scenes from all those anime Himiko used to watch where either the boy or girl confess their love for one another. Or maybe it was not so empty, she faintly remembers people screaming and running away in terror but she could not care less about them. All that mattered to her in that moment was Saito and only Saito. Soon her love was laying on the floor bleeding profusely for the multiple stab wounds she gifted to him. She will admit that the straw bit was improvised for she just so happened to have it in her pocket but it made the moment feel more eloquent, refined even. Soon his blood poured out onto the floor in a pool and formed a beautiful picture right underneath her. She quickly used a handkerchief she kept in her pocket to wipe up as much as she could so she could remember that wonderful moment in time, savor it. It took 4 police officers to pry it out of her hands the day she got caught. But it did not take long for Himiko to realize that she screwed up. After finding a discarded newspaper to use as a blanket a few nights after she fled the school, she discovered to her absolute horror that not only did Saito survive her confession, he was expected to make a full recovery somehow. Himiko's face darkens at this memory and her breathing starts to slow down a bit as she continues to lay on the couch. How embarrassing, she thought to herself, my first confession and I screwed it up. Now other girls will be able to confess their love to him. There was no chance that she would ever get close enough to Saito again to try a second confession. His parents made sure of that as the whole family up and moved to who knows where. Oh well, parting is such sweet sorrow, she told herself as she looked back on lost love and it almost looked like she was about to shed a tear. Only for it to quickly go away as a sadistic smile crept on her face, with her fangs seemingly shining in the sunlight. She quickly grabs her phone off the table next to her and brings up the picture that has been occupying most of her free time over the past 3 days. The Aldera Junior High School photograph of one Izuku Midoriya. The internet was truly a wonderful thing. All she had to do was type in his name and instantly, dozens of pictures were at her fingertips. It seems that everyone and their mother were posting whatever pictures that they had of the boy who rocked Japan 3 days ago with his antics no matter if he was at the forefront of the photo or a speck in the background. She lost count how many times she watched his quirk manifestation fight with Ryukyu, constantly pausing and zooming in on his teeth and claws, marveling them for their perfect structure. Just watching his savagery had awakened feelings in her that she had never known before and she was loving every moment of it. She had even found his breath attack actually pretty neat to a degree and the little glare he gave to his wings after he failed at flying made her laugh. But that is not to say she did not find his pre-transformation appearance cute as well. Over and over again she watched him trash those kids in the alley with the same amount of effort one uses to kill an ant. She must have had watched the entire video well over a dozen times before lunch just the other day. She even watched both videos again this very morning after Vlad left. Yes, 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 she squeals as she held the phone close to her chest. There is a Buddha. There is a God. Someone up there is giving me a second chance. And this time she would not blow it. The resemblance between Saito and Izuku was almost uncanny. It was like they were long-lost brothers, or cousins, or something. Perhaps Izuku was a reincarnation of Saito in some way though the girl was quite sure that was not how it worked. But that did not matter though. What did matter is that Himiko took this as a sign, a divine sign. Izuku being in her hospital room was no mere coincidence. It was fate. It was destiny. Someone or something wanted her to meet Izuku. They wanted her to have a second shot at a proper confession of love, and she sure as hell was not going to waste such an opportunity. Oh God, she thought as she felt her breathing start to increase again along with her heart rate as she once more stared at Izuku's innocent face. Pretty soon she was panting with her mouth wide open like a dog as a number of fantasies of seeing Izuku all cover in his own blood raced through her mind. She had to find him. She needed to find him. She needed to taste him and watch the life drain from his eyes. If he was in that dragon form of his, that would be even better. Maybe she could even keep one of his claws or teeth as a souvenir or a keepsake of some kind. Like everyone else, she knew all about Ryukyu wanting to train her crush, and it was easy enough to find the location of the pro hero's agency where she would more than likely be training Izuku. Now all Himiko needed was just a shot, one opportunity to be near him again. Believe or not, she later realized that Vlad interrupting them in the hospital was actually a godsend, a blessing in disguise. To think that she almost screwed up her second chance with a near-exact doppelganger of Saito so easily brought tears to eyes. It would have been done so messy, sloppy, and uncoordinated. But in the end, this was just more proof for her that someone upstairs, or downstairs depending on who you ask now that she thought about it, had her back and wanted her to succeed. But of course, fate was not going to make it too easy for her to have her second chance. She had to work for it, and she welcomed this challenge. All she needed to do was to find a way to get near Izuku again without a horde of police officers and pro heroes trying to stop her. She just had to figure out a way. Thank goodness she had nowhere to be for hours on end most days, so she had plenty of time to figure something out, or at the very least wait for a chance to present itself. Voral Razvam. Voral Razvam. I wonder what that means. Meanwhile, back with Izuku. Get the F*** out the way, Grandpa, before I sue you for obstructing traffic. Takako screams out the window as she speeds past a delivery truck driven by a senior citizen. Old mother F***, like you belong in a retirement home, not behind the wheel. The traffic was starting to get more and more crowded the closer the car got to the marketplace, but the lawyer was somehow able to keep pace with the flying Dragoon Hero overhead. Is Ryukyu going to be alright? Izuku asks Yui as the woman gave him a quick medical check. She'll be fine, the medical advisor answers. Open your mouth please. Izuku does as he was told, and Yui pulls out a small flashlight and shines it in his mouth, examining the interior of it. Everything seems to be okay, plus you seem to be breathing fine, Yui states. Roll your neck please. Shouldn't she wait for backup though? She is going up against 3 possibly high-class villains, Izuku says as he complies, briefly wondering why he was getting a more thorough initial medical exam in the back of a car than he ever got in a hospital. Yui gives him a grin. Just because she is not All Might does not mean she cannot handle herself when she is outnumbered. I have personally seen her take down a dozen villains by herself one time, and she did not even have to go full dragon to do so. The Battle of Tokyo Tower 6 years ago, right? The fight where Ryukyu, just 3 months after her pro hero's debut, stop a group of villains from kidnapping the deputy prime minister and his wife, and that event propel her into the upper rankings. Izuku suddenly blurts out, causing both Yui and Takako, who had a calm down bit, to lift an eyebrow at this. Oh, so, it's not just All Might you follow? Yui asks. Izuku could feel his face getting hot. I follow a lot of heroes besides All Might. Well, let us hope that you are not one of those teenage boys that says that but secretly only follows heroines who wear skin-tight outfits so you can moss. Takako starts. That is enough, Takako, you are embarrassing him, Yui shouts, prompting Takako to chuckle before going quiet. Meanwhile, Izuku tried to ignore the stare that Hunluan was giving him. Hey, you're a healthy teenage boy, Izuku. You have nothing to be ashamed of, the dragon says, although your mom is eventually going to find those magazines underneath your bed. Especially the ones that show midnight in A. Can you please stop? Izuku mentally shouts. Anyway, Yui starts, snapping Izuku's attention to her. At best these villains are upper C class, probably lower B class, and guys like that are a dime a dozen back in Tokyo. Ryuko should be fine. Go back to driving school, Grandma. Did you not see the red light? Takako shouts out the window. Izuku says after a moment, are we going to be alright? Yui just lets out a nervous laugh. We will be fine. Probably. Instead of questioning the moment of hesitation from Yui, Izuku decides to stick his head back out the window and watch the high-ranked pro-hero soar through the skies. Will I be able to fly soon? He then said aloud, only realize after the last word left his mouth that he did so. Instantly, 3 sets of eyes were now focused on him, though Takako was smart enough to look in the rearview mirror while still keeping her eyes on the road. Now it was complete awkward silence as Izuku found himself greatly intimidated by the stares he was getting, especially from Hanluan. Can't wait to soar above the clouds and know what real freedom feels like, huh? I can dig that, she said with a toothy grin. Actually, I am glad you asked that question. Takako finally spoke up before turning her attention to Yui. Show him what you have discovered so far. The nurse nods and produces her tablet from her purse, turning it on and pressing in a long sequence password. A moment later she goes to a picture before showing it to Izuku. As the boy takes in the photo, he quickly realizes that it was taken off of the footage of his fight with Ryukyu, though Yui had drawn several notes with their arrows pointing at his wings. I theorize that your wings do have the potential to generate enough lift to actually allow you to fly. We just need to give you proper training along with building up your muscles. These past 3 days I have been watching video about how birds fly, hoping that it would help me, Izuku says. That is a good start, but your wings resemble more of that of a bat than a bird, so you would have been better off watching videos on them, Yui says. I do understand where you are coming from, though, seeing how when people think of flying they usually automatically thinks of birds. Oh, that's funny because I actually thought about watching how bats fly but decided against it, Izuku says sheepishly before a thought occurred to him. Mind I ask what your quirks are? Amplified pain is mine. Takako says, any pain I cause to a person can be amplified by 10 with just a snap of my fingers as long as I do it within 10 seconds of causing said pain. Almost instantly, Yui notices a strange look in Izuku's eyes. What the? Is all she has time to think before the boy went off. So, is there a range in which you have to be for your quirk to still have an effect? Are you able to use an object, or do you have to hit them yourself in order for your quirk to work? If you snap both of your hands, does it double the effects? If you hit a spot on a person's body that is already in pain, does it increase the pain? He rambles off, catching both the lawyer and the doctor completely off guard. They both recall Ryukyu telling them about how detailed Izuku's notebook was, but to see it firsthand was a bit more shocking. Though for Hanluan, it was not that much of a shock but more of an annoyance. Izuku, chill, seriously, take a breath and calm down, the chaotic dragon said, you're starting to freak people out. Realization set in for Izuku and he quickly shut his mouth, his face glowing red with embarrassment, while Takako and Yui merely stare at him in surprise. O.K. Takako finally says after a moment of silence, to answer some of your questions, I actually have to inflict the pain with my own body for it to work, and it does not matter how far away they are as long as I snap, with one hand, within 10 seconds. Also, it does not work with guns, knives, or other objects. Trust me, I have checked many times. Izuku broke out in a cold sweat due to the tone in which Takako said the last part of her statement, a tone that suggests that she enjoyed herself a little too much in figuring out her quirk. He quickly made a mental note to never get on the woman's bad side. Duly noted. Hanluan says next to him, also seemingly breaking out into a cold sweat. And what is your quirk, Miss Tamaki? He then asks. Healing scales, came the answer, which received a baffled expression from Izuku in return. Yui then merely held up her left arm, and in a blink of an eye silver scales not unlike his and Ryukyu appear on the entire upper part of her arm. Izuku opens his mouth to speak, but Yui cuts him off. Before you ask, I cannot cover my entire body in them, only my forearms and forelegs. Also, while they can withstand regular punches, kicks, knives, and a certain caliber of small arms fire, my scales are definitely not on the same level as yours and Ryukyu, she explains, they are more for healing. Healing? Izuku repeats. With no effort on her part, Yui plucks a single scale off of her arm and shows it to the boy, Once I pick off around a handful of them I can use a special blender made by our agency's support guy, Gakudo Uehara, to turn them into a liquid. She then reaches into her bag and pull out a small vial that contain a silver watery substance. If I pour this entire vial over the area of a broken bone, something that would usually take months to heal as good as new in 2 days, she explains, large slash across your chest that would normally require stitches and a lot of bed rest. Fully healed in a half a day, tops. Izuku's eyes lit up like a lighthouse on a dark coastal night. So that means your quirk is along the same lines as Recovery Girl, correct? The boy then asks. Oof. Takako says before beeping air through her teeth, should not have mentioned that name. Excuse me, Izuku says before briefly noticing the scowl on Yui's lips. Chiyo Shuzenji and the agency have had some disagreements here recently. We have also gotten into a number of other such disagreements with a few other members of the UA staff as well since moving to Musudafu, including Eraserhead, Yui admits before realizing that she was near ranting. Disagreements? Izuku questions, wait, you mean the underground hero, Eraserhead? The very same, though it is nothing that should affect your chances of getting into UA, so give it no mind, Yui assures him as she waves him off. Izuku found himself quiet for a moment. After the reveal that other pro heroes did not seem to like Ryukyu due to her abilities, he was starting to wonder if other pro heroes with more versatile quirks had to deal with the same problem from their peers. He certainly never heard of or read about anyone complaining about All Might, Endeavor, or Hawks, and the last one built his entire hero persona around his wings and flying ability. But then his mind went back to what Ryukyu said about certain politicians not liking her being in Tokyo. Could it be that other pro heroes also hate Ryukyu simply because she considers herself Ryukyuan and not Japanese? He thought before realizing that Yui was talking to him. Ryukyu's staff have also been working a plan that will also allow you to use your breath attack a lot more as well. The medical advisor says, it would not be good if you could only use such an ability only once in a fight. This little tidbit catches Izuku's full attention. Really? Yui nods, it is a work in progress, but after a few days of training we should be able to determine the current limit of your breathing abilities. Wow, is all Izuku could bring himself to say. Ever since he first witnessed his father breathing fire out of his mouth when he was younger, he has always been amazed by the ability. Even after he was declared quirkless, it did not stop him from being astonished whenever a pro hero, or even a villain for that matter, used such a technique. Now he has one and he just have to get it under control. But despite the thousands of thoughts running through his head at the moment, one stuck out. Do you know any reasons why Ryukyu doesn't have a breath attack? He questions Yui. With everything she already has, I would think she could at least breathe fire, and I always wonder why she couldn't. Izuku. Whoa, come on. You just can't go around asking why someone doesn't have a breath attack, especially when you have one. That is so rude, Hunluan says. Well, Yui starts as she rubs her neck. Don't tell her I said this, but the lack of a breath attack was kinda sore subject for Ryuko when she first started out as a pro hero. Really? Izuku asks. Yeah, she will never show it and it is no longer on her mind 24/7. But deep down she is more than likely still disgruntled over not having fire breath or any breath ability for that matter. She complained about it a lot back when we were younger, Takako says. Why was it such a big deal for her? Izuku questions. Wait a minute, younger. How long have they known Ryukyu? Because there is a good number of people from Okinawa that have breath quirks, but none of them can completely turn into a dragon like she can. Yui answers. You might get some that can grow wings, a tail, or scales on various parts of their bodies, but nowhere near the degree that Ryuko can. So, because she doesn't have a breath ability with her quirk, she feels that. Izuku says as his mind starts to put the pieces together. Not having the one ability that dragons were always famous for having in mythology is one big piece of cruel irony. Takako finishes. She has the wings, tail, scales, the size, and even a slight intimidating aura when she is in full dragon form, but no breath attack. To her it seemed like a higher power decided to make a joke one day and she was the punchline. Oh. I see, Izuku says, remembering back to when he used to think such a thing about his own life and his former status as quirkless. But let it be known, Midoriya, Takako says, shaking the boy out of his thoughts. The only reason we are telling you this is so that you do not ask her about this yourself and bring up bad memories for her. She already has enough on her plate as it is. Of course, Izuku says, instantly straighten up in his seat as he said this, I won't bring up anything about it. Hope not, because that would be super rude, Hunluan comments. Why would it be rude? Izuku wonders. Because it just is, Hunluan shouts. That's like asking someone why they're short or why they're blind. Geez, okay, I get it, Izuku replies, hoping to calm down his chaotic personification. It is probably a good thing that Ryukyu does not have a breath attack, especially a fire one, Yui says, bringing Izuku's attention to her in the process. Izuku tilts his head in a quizzical manner, really? How come? I feel that a fire breath ability it would easily put her in the top 3 if combine it with her fighting style. Probably so, Takako chimes in, but from what I have seen in regards to people who have fire-type quirks, they tend to be pretty hot-headed. Just look at your favorite twins along with Endeavor and his top sidekick, Vernon. In the span of a couple of moments, Izuku recall every time Katsuki and Kasumi unleash their quirks on him, and then brief recalls how big the body counts was for Japan's number 2 pro hero and its number 1 sidekick. I can see how one might come to that conclusion, but my dad never had a temper problem. Izuku laughs as he remembers how his dad would use his quirk to cook and help with other things around the house as long as he did not set off the fire alarm. Unbeknownst to him, while he was recalling one of the few fond memories of his childhood after his quirkless diagnosis, Takako and Yui were sharing a knowing look with one another. Still though, it probably is for the best that Ryukyu does not have fire breathing. It would be bad if she lost her cool, Takako says. I don't know. Izuku disagrees. From what I have seen, she is almost always calm, collected, and in complete control of her emotions. Once again, Izuku missed the skeptical look that the two human women in the car share with one another. What the F***? These shit-eaters really couldn't wait one more day, could they? Ryukyu screams to the heavens as she flew over the city. Of all the days for some newbie villains to decide to make their debut, it had to be this day. A raging inferno was swelling up inside the Dragoon Hero, and if she could breathe fire she would have lit up the sky in a hellish fireworks show before turning her fury on the villains who now sought to ruin her morning. Sadly, or luckily depending on who you ask, that little piece of dragon physiology did not come included with her quirk. I swear to the ancestors that they'll only get one chance to surrender, whoever these F***s are. After that, they will be lucky I don't turn them into corpses. Shit. Ryukyu growls as her eyes take on a more bestial appearance and she gave her wings a mighty flap, shooting like a bullet across the sky and onwards to the shopping center, which she arrives there seconds later. As she stops and hovers in the air above, she looks down at the scene beneath her where she spots a number of heavily damaged buildings as well as at least a dozen wrecked vehicles, including at least 4 police cars. She then spots the possible said occupants of the police cars, taking cover behind whatever solid objects they could find as they fired shots off at 3 advancing figures, covered from head to toe in rock-like skin that easily deflected the bullets coming at them. That must be them, Ryukyu thought as she then spots that a sizable number of bodies were left in the wake of the 3 figures, and unlike the kids in the alley a few days ago, a few of them did not seem to be moving or even breathing. Great, another thing they'll somehow blame on me. With one mighty flap of her wings, Ryukyu speed dives to the ground and lands right in the middle of the opposing parties with such a tremendous crash that a large crater was formed in the process, kicking up a small cloud of dust and debris. What the hell? She hears one of the villains say as they came to a stop. Who the F*** is this now? She then heard another one says. Another pro hero coming to, the third one said before Ryukyu started speaking. Let me ask you 3 something, she says as she gave her wings one last flap, batting the dust away from her in the process so everyone could see that she was talking. How would you like to leave this place? In a police car, in an ambulance, or perhaps in a body bag? Choose quickly but wisely, for I'm on a tight schedule today and I'll be damned if it's going to be interrupted by the likes of you. Ayano, a disgruntled Takako with her coffee mug in hand, says from her seat at the conference table while Yui was sitting across from her and Ryukyu was next to her at the head of said table. I hope you have a good reason as to why you woke us all up just a few hours before we had to get up anyway to pick up Midoriya. I would also like to add to the fact I had to pick up our little guest from the airport just a few hours ago as well. Directly down from the table is an equally displeased Ryuko, a woman sporting a green lab coat with emerald hair tied up into a single bun with matching eyes stood in front of a projector screen, a remote in her hand. She was Ayano Oshiro, the Ryukyu's agency local quirk analyst and researcher. I assure you, this information will certainly warrant the need for you three to be up at this very moment, she replies. It involves the boy. Midoriya, Ryuko suddenly says, catching Ayano's attention. Pardon, came the analyst's reply. His name is Midoriya Izuku, Ryuko says. He has a name. He has a family. He has a life that just got turned upside down. We are not going to dehumanize him just to make our task easier. Very well, Ayano says after a moment. The information I have involves Midoriya and is something I think you should see before you get in a car with him and bring him to the agency. And what exactly is that? Takako asks as she yawns. So, I have been looking over your drone recordings of your battle with Midoriya and I have discovered something quite unique during the instance that he first used his breath attack while in his white dragon form, Ayano starts to explain. Unique how? Ryuko questions. Ayano pushes a button on the remote she was holding and a screen pops up. It read the following. 6.6 degrees Celsius, 43.8 degrees Fahrenheit. Naha, Okinawa, February 1947, January 1967. The hell is this supposed to be? Takako asks before taking a drink from her cup. It's the coldest recorded temperature ever taken in Okinawa. It was the exact same on both dates, Ryuko answers, receiving a nod from Ayano. Takako and Yui both throw a, how the hell do you know that? Look at the pro hero. Correct. Ayano then says before pushing the button again. Minus 41.0 degrees Celsius, minus 41.8 degrees Fahrenheit. Asahikawa, Japan, the 25th of January 1902. What is this? Yui asks. This is the coldest recorded temperature for Japan. Ayano answers. There's a dispute with a lower unofficial recording taken in Baifuka on the 27th of January 1931, but that is neither here nor there. So the rice eaters get a little cold, whoopee. I am assuming this will all have a point eventually, correct? Takako says before taking another gulp. Ayano says nothing and merely presses the button for a third time. And this would be? Ryuko wonders. This was the temperature of Midoriya's ice breath attack at its peak coldness according to the drone's readings, she then says. Yui ducks down quickly for it was the only thing she could do to prevent hot coffee from being sprayed all over her, courtesy of Takako responding to Ayano's statement. Bullshit. The lawyer then says as she wipes her mouth. You must be snorting cocaine if you expect me to believe that. I'll take some pure Colombian if you know where to get some for a good price, Ayano says with a shrug, but as much as I wish I could say that I was joking, I'm not. There is no possible way he could be this powerful right off the bat. He does not even take on a real dragon form. He is more like a drake than anything, standing on two legs and all, Takako points out. Depends on what type of drake we are talking about here, Yui interjects, having moved to a different chair. Personally I think he is more in line with a wyvern in regards to the form he takes. Here it comes. Same argument they have had since we were kids, Ryuko thought. Wyverns do not have breath attacks, drakes do, Takako adds, getting agitated. Once again, it depends on what types of drakes we are talking about here, Yui retorts. Also a wyvern can have a breath attack. You better not be talking about those bootleg, wannabe, sickly-looking dragons from that third-rate franchise you like, Takako argues. And here comes the latest addition to this argument, Ryuko then thought, while wondering just exactly why she was allowing this discussion to continue this early in the morning. Perhaps it was because deep down she just wanted some entertainment right now to get her mind off everything that has been going on. Or perhaps the reason was because she felt that she really had no room to talk when it came to how a dragon is supposed to look, seeing how in her dragon form she somehow still had beeps, which she deduced was the main reason she has a scales following. A massive scales following. Like her own little army of worshippers, and some days she wonders just how much some of her scales would go for on the internet. A Song of Ice and Fire is a masterpiece. One of the best of all times. Yui snaps back as she stands up, though she did relent a bit, as long as you do not talk about the 7th and 8th season of the first TV show. Also, the author never got around to finishing the books either, did he? The guy's brain was uploaded into a supercomputer, and yet people are still waiting on the 6th book. What else could he possibly be doing? Takako says. It takes time to complete a masterpiece. The Winds of Winter will be perfect when it eventually comes out, Yui fires back. Masterpiece my ass. Compared to The Lord of the Rings, it is a 2-bit rip-off. Even The Hobbit is better, and that is a kid's book, Takako states. Enough. You can have this argument, again, at another time, Ryuko shouts, silencing both her attorney and doctor, having finally reached her limit with their antics. I wonder if any of the so-called dragons from Harry Potter would count as real dragons, Ayano points out, which earns her a glare from the pro-hero and prompts the researcher to continue with her brief. Right, moving on. Anyway, while I'll admit that Midoriya's unique transformation has caught me off guard and raised a lot of questions, I highly suspect that overall it has something to do with his half-draconic lineage. Regardless, he is definitely not lacking in the physical combat department because of it. If anything, he is excelling in it, Ayano says. Now I will require further research before I can come up with a definite answer, so take that with a grain of salt. Is it possible that the drone's readings were faulty? Ryuko asks, trying to make sure that this information was 100% accurate. I had Gakuto run a system diagnosis on it a dozen times and it was working at optimal efficiency every time, Ayano answers. Takako stifles another yawn. Okay, so we established that Midoriya has a bit more power in him than we first thought. Is there anything else you have for us? Actually, yes, Ayano answers as she brings up another picture. This one showcases a still frame of Ryuko escaping Izuku's ice breath. Now what? Takako asks. With another push of the button, a set of measurements appear around the ice itself, causing all 3 women at the table to go wide-eyed in disbelief. No way, Takako says after a moment. Yes way, Ayano corrects. At its maximum width, Izuku's ice breath was measured at being a little over 12 meters at its max width, with the length and height of it being roughly the same. For it to spread that quickly from a mouth that small in that amount of time, there must have been a massive amount of energy behind it. That is also probably the reason why he was only able to fire it only once. He simply used up all his energy in one go due to it being his first time using it. Was it really that massive? Ryuko thought before speaking. A ice breath attack of that size and temperature though. That's on par with a. As I am sure you are all aware, there are 12 age categories for true dragons that also serve as a power scale for them. Basically, the older a dragon is the more powerful it is generally believed to be, Ayano says. Those 12 are wormling, very young, young, juvenile, young adult, adult, mature adult, old, very old, ancient, WYRM. And finally, Great WYRM. Going off my study of Midoriya's white dragon form alone, at the moment I would have to place him between juvenile and young adult. Once again, I require further research before I can accurately place him in an age category. How? He should be starting out as at wormling, maybe even in the young category at best. He should be no different than his predecessors, Takako states as she rubs her temples. This makes no sense whatsoever. Midoriya is not even pure. His mom's lineage is completely human without a single drop of draconic blood in it. We definitely verified that aspect several times through multiple sources just to be sure, Yui adds, but what if perhaps because he is not pure is the reason he is so powerful? Perhaps the non-draconic part of him is filling in the gaps. That is a possibility, but we should also consider that maybe Hisashi's bloodline is just that potent that it makes up for Midoriya's impurity. Ayano speculates, he was always abnormally more powerful than anyone else. Is that how genetics works? Takako questions. We are talking about draconic genetics here. They tend to do their own thing whenever they want, Yui answers. But still though, Midoriya should not be this strong right off the bat, Takako says. As of right now that seems to be the case, Yui tells her, but if it is then Midoriya is already far exceeding the expectations that were previously placed on him by the committee, in fact, by anyone really. Exactly, as one of the ways to determine the true measure of a dragon's power is through the potency of their respective breath attack, Ayano says, and that is why I believe we should take a more cautious approach to Midoriya. How cautious are we talking here? Yui asks. Ayano looks directly at Ryuko, who was deep in thought. If I can be honest for a moment, you're damn lucky you got out of range of Midoriya's breath attack in time. If you would have been even a second slower in reacting and didn't have your scales up, then we wouldn't be having this conversation right now and we would all be attending your wake at the moment. She explains, if his other dragon forms are going to be this powerful, then no doubt he is going to be too much of a handful for you to handle on your own, and thus I advise seeking out assistance. Let's say I do require assistance. Ryuko starts, how far along in Midoriya's training would I need it? Ayano blows out a stream of air as she ponders the question for a moment before shrugging. It's going to be a while, that's for certain. Not like Midoriya is going to awaken another dragon today or anything. Present time. Takako, Yui, and Izuku manages to pull up in the car only a few moments after Ryuko landed on the ground, with the two women quickly getting out and spotting the boundary line that the remaining police officers who were still on their feet formed in order to keep civilians out of harm's way. The medical practitioner then quickly made her way over there to provide medical aid, but as Izuku moves to get out, a hand from the lawyer stops him. Midoriya, I would prefer if you stay back until this situation is resolved, Takako states, you will be safer here. What are you two going to do? Izuku asks, greatly disappointed that he would not get to see Ryukyu in action. Yui is going to provide medical assistance while I am going to monitor the situation for the police report later, Takako answers before her phone rings, and she answers it quickly upon seeing who it was. What you got for me, Tatsuhiro? She asks. Not only are they siblings, they're triplets. The Tsuchi triplets from Kyoto. Sarah is the female and the oldest, and the other two are named Jura and Kenji, the intel specialist relays, and get this, they have been particularly active on a number of dark web forums in recent months. What type of forums? Takako asked, though she had a good idea herself. The kind where you can get hired to do illegal jobs ranging from simply burglary to murder and everything in between. Tatsuhiro answers, the kind where up-and-coming villains group do most of their recruiting. So you're saying this might not be a random act of violence? Takako asks. That's a possibility, came the reply, but that's not the problem right now. Then what is? The forms they're in right now are not the full extent of their quirk, Rock Giant. I have found pictures and video of them assuming even larger forms, and they could create quite a bit of collateral damage in an area like that, Tatsuhiro answers. Also, they can move way faster in their rock armor than what you would think, even in their larger forms. This day keeps getting better and better, Takako tells herself. Tell Ryuko everything you have learned and keep us up to date with any more information you find. Got it, came the reply, and as Tatsuhiro hangs up on her, Takako spots Yui working with a single police officer to provide medical assistance to the wounded, pouring a vial of silvery liquid out on a civilian with a broken arm. She then looks back down at Izuku, who was still in the car. Stay here, she orders again before heading to the police line. Izuku lets out a sigh as he complies and sits back down in the seat, looking out the window as Ryukyu moves to confront the criminals. I guess this is still better than seeing it on TV, Izuku thought as he focuses his eyes so he could see the action better. Meanwhile, Ryuko's eyes slowly strafe across the criminals, scanning each of them but never lingering too long on any single one, all while an unamused expression on her face. This was a technique she learned during her intern sidekick days, one that made weak-willed villains jittery and strong-willed ones anxious or angry. The reason being that it shows criminals that the hero that they were facing had better things to do than waste their time with them. This was useful in a non-hostage situation, for it could potentially make the villain either give up or rush into attacking, especially if said villain was hot-headed and had an ego problem. Well, Ryuko then speaks, are you going to answer my question? How would you like to leave here? The two foremost villains, which Ryuko assumed were males, seeing how their rock-encased bodies were more masculine than the third one, step forward. Wait, the third one says, and the first two stop in their tracks. Ryuko takes note of this and focus on the one who spoke, whose rock-encased body looked more feminine in comparison. She must be in charge, Ryuko thought. Why are you stopping us? The man on her left says, we can take her. I said wait, the woman says again while keeping her focus on the heroine. You should listen to her, Ryuko says, catching everyone's attention. She is obviously the smart one here, and she is no doubt aware of just how much trouble you three are in. The woman scoffs, a motion that catches Ryuko by surprise. Don't act like you know how I tick, potato eater. Ryuko says nothing but lifts an eyebrow at this statement, though this was also due to Tatsuhiro relaying information to her via her earpiece at that very moment. You know, I honestly expected you to be more intimidating, the woman says while crossing her arms. You know, with the whole turning into a dragon bit you got going on, but I have to say that I am greatly disappointed right now. Are you? Ryuko asks. Well then, Sarah, I'm sorry you feel that way. I haven't been to Kyoto in quite a while, and I don't really recall ever hearing about you while I was there. If the woman was a little put off by Ryuko knowing her real name and where she was from, she barely showed it. The only reaction that statement got out of her was a small raising of her right eyebrow. Perhaps if Tatsuhiro would have gotten her the information regarding the Tsuchi triplets a minute or two around the time before she got into the vicinity of the market, she would have had time to come up with a better way to make the woman lose her cool and possibly surrender without a fight, but fate did not seem to be on her side today. She has good control over her emotions, Ryuko mentally remarks, but briefly turning her focus to the other two. Let's see how her brothers hold up. And what about you, Jura and Kenji? Are you as disappointed in seeing me in the flesh as your sister is? She asks. Their reactions were a bit more predictable as the two brothers took a step back from Ryuko, fear evident on their faces. Still think you can take me now? Ryuko wonders. Stop. Sarah barks, freezing her siblings in place. She is just trying to get in your heads. They both turn to look at her and she fixes them with a glare in turn before directing her attention back to Ryuko. Head games. Seriously, is that the best you can do? Sarah asks. Maybe you ought to go back to your backwater island where you belong. This is not good, Takako says as she and Yui both listen in on the whole conversation via her phone through Ryuko's ear-piercing communicator with the aid of a special program. This might go south really quick. Ryuko can handle these guys just fine in a fight, Yui says as she came up to her, having treated all the wounded in her vicinity to the best of her ability. Therein lies the problem. She should not be fighting them in a place like this, Takako says as she motions a hand to the entire shopper center. Way too much potential for collateral damage. Well, she looks like she keeping her cool from here, Yui points out. Plus, it's not like she need her dragon form to deal with them. We can only pray to the ancestors in that regard, Takako replies as she returns her focus to Ryuko. I'm getting the feeling that you don't see me as a pro hero. So now I'm starting to wonder, what exactly do you see me as? Ryuko says to Sarah. Oh, you want to know? Sarah laughs. Fine then, I'll tell ya. Good, keep talking, Ryuko told herself. Then more pro-heroes and more police will show up, and then you will no doubts have second thoughts about wanting to fight. You're a wash-up, Sarah starts to rant. You're going to have to do better than that to get me rile up, the pro-hero thought. You're a has-been. I'm still in my prime. You're nothing more than a potato eater. I have been called that before and worse. It's nothing new, Ryuko thought. Can't believe there are people around that are afraid of an overgrown lizard like you, Sarah finished. Ryuko's eyes widen in surprise, and Takako and Yui both don a grimace expression on their faces at those last words. Damn it, Takako voices aloud as she quickly presses a series of numbers in her phone. On the bright side, at least Ryuko can finally have an outlet for all the stress she has been dealing with recently, Yui says, trying her hardest to find a silver lining. It is not good for her to keep it all bottled up. Keep telling yourself that, Yui, Takako said as she furiously dials a number. All I see is a potential media shitshow about to erupt. Meanwhile, Ryuko just stood there in silence as Sarah's last words played over and over in her mind. To say that the last few days of her life were hectic would be putting it mildly. From dealing with Izuku's awakening and the mess that came along with it all the way to the special guest, who just arrived last night at her agency on top of her patrols and such, along with the bombshell Ayano dropped on her this morning, the Dragoon Hero has had a total of 10 hours of sleep altogether, and she was desperately in need of a source to vent out her frustrations on. Overgrown lizard, overgrown lizard, overgrown lizard. Those two words entrenching themselves in all corners of her mind and took over. They took a hold of what little self-control she had left and stabbed it with knives, threw it out the window of a 100-story building, fill it full of holes with a minigun as it fell, and then repeatedly stomp it into the ground once it hit the pavement. Then they promptly ran it over with a steamroller just for good measure. Overgrown lizard, overgrown lizard, overgrown lizard. Ryuko, I beg you do not do this, Takako pleads in her earpiece. Says, I know you have had a long week and you hate those words with a passion that rivals that of 1,000 suns, but you have to let it go. But the pro-hero pays no heed to this as she starts slowing walking toward the triplets with an emotionless expression and steel-like eyes. Sarah looks to her brothers. Get her, she orders, receiving a nod in return from both of them, who then charge the heroine. Juro was the first to make contact, ready to land a heavily rock-formed fist straight into Ryuko's face. Only for Ryuko to swiftly sidestep him, rapidly grow out her pale gray scales all over her entire body, and deliver a roundhouse kick to his head that sends him flying back past Kenji and Sarah into a park delivery van, wrecking it upon impact with chunks of rock breaking off of him in the process, especially at the location where Ryuko's foot struck him. I feel like I brought this onto myself, she says before leaping at Kenji, striking him with an open palm to the chest that sent him flying back into a lamp post next to where Juro flew into, and cracks started to visibly show in his rock armor as well, along with a clawed hand imprint in the middle of his chest. Sarah then decided to try her luck and rushes the Okinawan. For her troubles she receives a kneecap to the gut that, while it did not fully penetrate her rock layer of skin, it was powerful enough to lift her off her feet just high enough that Ryuko was able to grab her leg and slam her into the ground behind her, the impact cracking the concrete surface. The Dragoon Hero then follow up with tossing Sarah into the same park delivery van that Juro first got kicked into, the brother barely moving out of the way in time not to be hit by his sister. Sarah slid downward from the van and barely manages to stay on her feet, staggering for a bit once she lands before straighten up, a testament to her endurance and the durability of her armor. She then starts advancing back at Ryuko, not at all deterred by the beating she just took, along with her brothers, when they suddenly halt upon Ryuko speaking. I guess not using my dragon form to save lives or stop crime for 2 years has led quite a number of people, especially criminals such as yourself, to forget just how dangerous I can be when properly roused, Ryuko says as she glares directly at Sarah with her yellow eyes. At the very moment, the villain could feel every fiber in her being tell her a single word, pray. For now that what she was in comparison to the woman in front of her. So let me demonstrate to you why I am a top-rank pro-hero, Ryuko then says as she takes a menacing step forward and a pulse of a familiar yet strange energy spreads throughout the area, one that was only picked up by Yui, Takako, and Izuku, who was the only one of the three caught off guard by it. What was that? The teenage boy thought. Meanwhile, Sarah take a step back in response to Ryuko's aggressiveness. Let me show you why it is not a good idea to anger me, Ryuko says as she then takes another step and unleashes another pulse. There it is again. I can't help but think that I have felt this somewhere before, Izuku thought as he got out of the car. He knew that he was willingly disobeying Ms. Higa's orders, but his curiosity was getting the better of him. He also felt that he was just a bit closer to the action. He might be able to pick up useful knowledge from seeing Ryukyu fight, as well as pinpoint what exactly this strange energy that he was feeling come off the heroine was. Besides, how could he possibly pass up an opportunity to see a top 10 pro-hero take down some villains in person? Meanwhile Sarah kept moving, except she continued to go backward instead of forward, only stopping upon realizing that she had walked right back into the delivery van she was thrown into. But most of all, for all the criminals, pro-heroes, and everyone else in between, including yourself, Ryuko says as she stops moving and looks up to see a news helicopter come flying into the market and hover directly above her, its camera aimed straight at her. Let me jog your memory as to the terror I can bring. She then places her left hand on the set of claws that donned her face, and the wind began to rapidly twirl around her, temporarily obscuring her from view as they kick up a large cloud of dust in the process, causing the triplets to shield their eyes. And when the wind died down a moment later and they were able to open their eyes again, the trio themselves staring upward in terrified awe at the true might of the number 9 pro hero in the country in all of her large, winged draconic glory. Too bad she did not share the same sentiment if the piercing heated glare she was giving the triplets was anything to go off of, and all three of them instinctively started to shake fiercely as Ryukyu opened her serrated teeth-filled mouth to speak. "Now let me teach you a few things about me," she declares. "Aw crap, here it comes," Takako says as she massages her temples. "My teeth are commas." Ryukyu then roars as she lunges at the criminals, making an attempt to bite Jura, who narrowly dodges the attack as the need to keep living overran the fear that was coursing through his body. "My claws are rochins," she then shouts as she brings her front right foot down on top of Kenji, who manages to roll out of the way in time of the giant claw, the sheer force behind the impact shaking the very earth itself and leaving a crater in its wake. "My wings are a typhoon," as she roars as flings her wings out with such force that they created a powerful gush of wind that lift Jura and Kenji off their feet and into the buildings behind them, though it seems that Sarah was of a different build as she used her quirk to quickly connect her feet with the ground underneath her, anchoring her down and preventing the gush from uplifting her. "Ha, easy," Sarah thought right before she heard. "And the shock of my tail. A thunderbolt. What?" Half a second later, Ryukyu's tail slams into her, effortlessly picking her off the ground and sending her flying across the market. The pressure of the impact of the tail striking Sarah was so great that it actually cracks the windows of a nearby store. The few police and civilians that were still conscious could only watch the scene unfold in front of them with frightened expressions stretch across their faces. They all knew that the pro-hero was on the side of law and order, but that did not make this display of draconic might any less frightening as more than a few civilians took to fleeing the scene. Even high above the action in the sky, the people in the news helicopter were fighting the urge to suddenly head back to the news station. Meanwhile, Yui and Takako watch on with looks similar to someone dealing with a massive migraine on theirs. "She chooses now of all times to be a drama queen?" Takako asks. "Like I said, at least she now has something that she can legally vent her anger and stress out on as long as she does not go too far," Yui replies, "plus it's your fault she got into Lord of the Rings and actually liked the Hobbit movies." "Smaug was the best part of those movies," Takako adds. Izuku, who was a couple meters behind the two aforementioned women, however found himself utterly memorizes as Ryukyu rampages through the market as she attacks the villain siblings, giving them no room to breathe, let alone counterattack, as she had them completely on the defensive. Sure, he has seen videos of her using her dragon form in the past, but watching it in person was a whole other thing. The way the ground shook heavily under her every step. The way she towers over the battlefield with her imposing, dominating stature. The way the villains had to constantly scramble in order to avoid her attack, though she made it seem like she was merely swatting at flies. And the way her roar echoed throughout the area, drowning everything else out through sheer volume and magnitude. She was marvelous, and Izuku could not take his eyes off of her, nor did he want to. "Oh man, I really hope I'm not becoming like those scalies," he thought for a moment, briefly recalling that out of the way forum he found by accident but chose not to tell Ryukyu, or anyone for that matter, about. Safe to say that some of the drawings of the heroine he found in it were unique to say the least. Shaking such thoughts aside, Izuku began to compare Ryukyu's dragon form to his own, and while there were obvious differences between them, the main one being how she had to move on all fours while he mainly stood on two legs, only going down on his hands and legs if the need called for it, the absolute overwhelming prowess she projected visibly show the wide gap that laid between the two of them. Even without a breath attack she was powerful, and Izuku was not sure if he would have survived their encounter 3 days ago had she used her dragon form. At best he might still be in the hospital in critical condition if she did. In the back of his mind though, he was now starting to wonder that if the pro-hero rankings were solely based on how powerful a person was, would Ryukyu easily be a top 3? All might and endeavor would be one thing, but everyone between Ryukyu and them would be another, as she possesses a number of advantages that other pro-heroes simply did not have, or as to as great of a degree as her. including defense and flight. Plus, from what he has gathered from his research of her, she was also a highly skilled hand-to-hand combatant who has mastered a large number of martial arts from across Southeast Asia, while the average pro hero was usually either self-taught or relied completely on their quirk for combat. But all that would have to wait as he focuses his mind back to the battle at hand and kept his eyes glued to the Dragoon Hero. "That bitch!" Sarah screams as she slowly got up on her hands and knees from within the parking lot that she landed in after being hit by the full force of Ryukyu's tail swipe. How dare she? This was supposed to be her and her brother's big debut as villains. Their spectacular entrance on the grand stage of the Japanese criminal underworld. They were ready for this. They even managed to get recruited by a rising villains group, called the Devil's Palm, who set everything up for them to pull off this small heist of robbing a few stores in the market and causing a bit of collateral damage. Sure, they were well aware that they were just one of 4 diversion teams used to distract the authorities while the Devil's Palm was pulling off something big in another part of town, but as they were told, that operation, once it was fully complete, would put the group in the big leagues and known worldwide. And it started off so well. Sure, a few cops did show up, but this was expected and they were handled rather well. Then when the first group of pro heroes showed up, her brothers panicked for a moment, but after she took down the first pro hero with relative ease, they quickly got back on their game and helped her beat down the rest. And then this Okinawan bitch had to show up and ruin everything just as they were about to leave. Sarah shouts as she slams a nearby car with her rocky fist, creating a large dent in it in the process and lifting it a couple of inches off the ground. Damn it. She did not know what was fueling her adrenaline more, her anger or her pain. Sure, her second layer of rock skin protected her from the brunt of the tail swipe, but she still felt the impact of the hit, and she definitely felt the landing in the parking lot. A quick glance back at the fight revealed that her brothers were barely doing any better with Ryukyu, as both Jura and Keiji had resorted to throwing anything they could get their hands on at the pro hero, including cars. None of this did any visible damage to her though, and she looked more annoyed by their antics than anything. No doubt more cops and heroes are on their way too, Sarah thought as she realizes that this has gone on far longer than what they had planned, and pretty soon this place would be swarmed by law enforcement. Got to find a way to salvage this. Got to get one up on that bitch, she told herself as she looks around the marketplace for a solution, but how? A patch of green hair in the midst of the small crowd that had gathered caught her attention for a brief moment. Hey, it's that kid who, Sarah thought before suddenly stopping, and a sinister grin began to form on her face underneath her rock armor, who the Okinawan bitch said on national television that she was going to train. This was Sarah's shining grace, her silver lining. She realizes that she could not defeat Ryukyu, but perhaps she could kill 2 birds with 1 stone and simultaneously tarnish the pro hero's reputation while gaining some infamy in the process by killing the boy that rocked Japan just a few days ago, the same boy that Ryukyu said she was going to help become a hero. The boy was famous at the moment, and doing him in would transfer that fame to her and turn it into infamy. Should be easy enough, for all she had to do was avoid the kid's ice breath attack, and if she could pull it off just right, the heroine might be so distraught that Sarah and her brothers would be able to escape. But she needed her brothers to distract the pro hero while she did so. Jura, Keiji, she shouts as she stood up. Her brothers, while in the process of picking up more things to throw at Ryukyu, briefly stop what they were doing to focus on her. Go Titan form, now, she orders. It only took a moment for Jura and Keiji to process and acknowledge this command before they started to carry it out. Rapidly slamming their rocky fists into the ground with incredible strength, they easily punch a hole into the concrete until they find the natural dirt and rock on which the outdoor shopping center was built over. They then raise their hands to the sky, and soon enough a geyser of rock and dirt erupted from the hole and split apart into 2 streams. Each stream began to circle around the brothers, adding more layer of rock and dirt to their already formidable earth-like armor and causing them to grow in size until they were as almost tall as Ryukyu herself, no different than the golems of Eastern European folklore. But before Ryukyu, or anyone else for that matter, could rationalize this sudden turn of event, the heroine spots Sarah sprinting across the shopping center toward the crowd, a 3rd stream of rock and dirt rising out of the hole and swirling around her, turning the woman into the same rock giant as her brothers, only larger. You're mine now, kid, Sarah says aloud, her charging stature making the onlookers, including Yui and Takako, instantly jump out of the way as she lock in on her target who merely stood there. Oh no, as all Ryuko could think as she realizes just where exactly Sarah was heading, but before she could try to intercept the woman, both Jura and Keiji tackle her and their combine weight along with their momentum send her backward into the side of a bakery, demolishing the building and everything inside as they all went crashing to the floor of the shop. When Izuku spots the giant rock woman barreling straight toward him, the boy could do nothing but freeze in place, terrified beyond all belief that death was charging right at him. Something from deep inside told him too that the woman was targeting him specifically because he has analyzed hundreds, if not more, video of criminals fleeing from pro-heroes in the past, especially footage involving All Might. He has picked up that fleeing villains always had telltale signs that they were running away from a fight, such as constantly looking around for a means of escape, having a look of pure fright engraved on their faces, or screaming for the pro-hero to stay away from them as they ran. This woman was doing none of those things but instead was calm, focused, and running straight at him, her footsteps shaking the ground in the process. While the chances of such a thing like this happening to the average person is high, most people more than likely do not think too much about it. Mainly because people always tell themselves that that sort of thing only happens to someone else. Even Izuku himself thought that way sometimes in the past. Unfortunately for him though, to everyone else he was that someone else. Also, the fact that this was the second time within a week that a criminal has had him in their crosshairs was not lost on him either, 3 if he counts his encounter with Himiko. He was now starting to wonder if his real quirk was attracting trouble and the dragon stuff was just a bonus. Izuku! Ryuko screams from her position on the ground, but before she could even struggle to get the brothers off of her, a bright reddish-brown light fills her vision and the surrounding area, the source of it being Izuku himself. And if the pro-hero had to associate the color of the light that was illuminating with a name, the first word that would come to mind would be copper. Izuku was paralyzed with fear as the rock giant kept coming toward him, fully intent on crushing him beneath her feet. But just like a few days ago with the delivery truck, he started to feel the world around him slow down to a crawl. Izuku! A voice rings out and the boys see Hunluan's head appear in front of him, no time to explain. And in an instant, he was enveloped by a dazzling multicolor light, and when it faded away he found himself in the middle of that same open valley he had seen in his dreams as of late. What's going on? He asks aloud. Like I said, no time to explain. You really need to start listening when I talk, Hunluan said as she reappears in full form, wings, tail, and everything. Then another figure appears alongside of her and Izuku instantly recognized it as the dragon that represented his good side, Nefer, with her shining white scales and glowing blue eyes. You really must not be too hard on him, Hunluan. He has only just started to learn about his potential, Nefer says. He is not going to be learning shit if that rock woman smashes him into strawberry jelly, now is he? Hunluan snaps only to realize that Nefer was now circling around Izuku and rubbing her head affectionately against his. Good morning, Izuku. I believe we have yet to be properly introduced. I am Nefer and I represent all of the benevolent and virtuous aspects inside of you. I do hope you had a proper breakfast this morning and gotten plenty of rest last night, the white dragon says while Izuku just looked slightly uncomfortable by the attention she was giving him, for it felt akin to the smothering his mother used to do. Hello. As all he manages to croak out. Nefer. Hunluan roars while spreading her wings out, giant rock lady. Barreling toward us. I brought you here for a reason, so help me. Now. Ah yes, that is right. You did require my assistance, Nefer says as she stops nuzzling Izuku. Thank you, Hunluan says as she moves in front of Izuku. Okay Izuku, long story short. We have greatly changed your perception of time a bit to the point that the outside world has slowed down around you. She then gestures to the valley. Welcome to the Dragonscape by the way, or at least part of it. Dragonscape, Izuku repeats. She called shotgun on picking a name, Nefer merely says. Yeah, I did. You got a better name, Hunluan challenges. No, Dragonscape sounds fine, Izuku admits. Good. Now back to the time slowing down bit. were you guys causing that earlier? Izuku questions, remembering back to the truck and the plant pot. We can only really do so when you are in danger and you have to already be aware of said danger to begin with. If you do not know the danger is there, then neither will we. Nefer explains, we can also boost your physical capabilities to a certain degree during the danger. Hunluan likes to call it Dragon Adrenaline Boost or dab for some reason. So you can dab on these fools, Hunluan says while mimicking the classic gestures that went along with the word. Quiet, dabbing, came the reply from Nefer. Well, that explains a whole lot, Izuku comments. Okay, moving on. Hunluan shouts, do you remember when you beat up those kids in the alley? Izuku merely nods his head while wondering what was going on. That was Burii finding of all your bottle-up feelings of hate and such toward the twins, and there was just enough of it for him to work his magic. It also didn't help that a bit of vengeance was in there as well, Hunluan says. A shock expression appears on Izuku's face. Wait, so what you're saying is that Burii fellow didn't make me do all those things the other day? I did those myself. Not in the way that you think, but I'm not going to sugarcoat it, kid. Fighting the twins and the dragon lady maid had been Burii for the most part, but it was you that allowed him to do so in the first place, Hunluan confesses. What? Izuku asks. Burii merely took all the negative feelings you had for the twins and used them to help take control of you. He would not have been able to do that though if they were not there to begin with, or they were in a smaller quantity. Nefer then adds, all those negative emotions of anger, vengeance, and such that you kept in the back of your mind throughout the years made their way to the surface during the twins' assault on you, and Burii merely took advantage of the opportunity once your powers awoke as well. You basically opened the door for him to come in. And the reason you attacked the Ryukyu chick was because she stopped you, Burii, from getting your full revenge on the twins, and Burii is not one to have his fun interrupted. Hunluan chimes in, but Burii crossed the line when he did that. Big surprise there, seeing how he is your evil side given physical form, so you really can't expect him to play by the rules. Since he was in almost complete control, he was able to force any of the others, specifically me, to help him unlock a dragon who laid within the confines of our two domains, aka the White Dragon, which is chaotic evil. Plus he also briefly boosted your physical capabilities to an even greater extent than even dab before you fought Ryukyu. Wait, what? Does that imply that I can change into other dragons besides that white one? Izuku says. Yes. Now no more questions, because time is only moving much slower outside of where we are, it has not stopped. So that means Big Rocky Woman is still charging toward us like a fat man heading toward the main food table at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Hunluan says as she takes a deep breath, now I need you to let Nefer and I help you choose a dragon so they can use your body. What? Izuku says after a moment. You probably could have worded that better, Hunluan, Nefer says. Okay, I'll admit that it sounds kinda bad, but I really don't have time to explain right now, but know that it won't be like what happened with the White Dragon, Hunluan says. On that you have our word, Izuku. But now we must hurry for that woman is getting closer, Nefer then says. I guess you're right there. But if Burii was able to take control of me, then why are you guys just asking me and not doing like he did? Izuku asks Hunluan before looking over at Nefer. For starters, if you would have listened a little bit better, then you heard that we need to use your body, not take control of it. You also need to remember that one of us can only take complete control of you if your need to do evil, good, lawful or chaotic things is great enough, plus we have to have a reason to take over, which, believe it or not, Burii actually did. Hunluan starts earning her a confused look from Izuku. He actually had a good reason for making me look like a monster on national television. I find that hard to believe, he says. As mad as we were at him for doing what he did raise a valid point later on that a message had to be sent that you were not going to take the twins' beatings lying down anymore. Nefer interjects, but once again, he went too far once he decided to go from retaliation to murder when it came to the twins and Ryukyu. I guess the first part makes sense. But what about Doggle? You mention evil, good, lawful, and chaotic, but you said nothing about him, Izuku questions, wondering about his neutral aspect. Let us teach you how to swim first before we throw you into the ocean, Hunluan says. Okay then, was Izuku's response, so how do you guys let me choose a dragon, so to speak? Quite easily actually. Nefer says as she and Hunluan walk directly in front of Izuku, place your hands on our heads. Izuku follows the dragon's instruction and places his right hand on Hunluan's head and his left hand on Nefer's head. Now we need you to tell us which dragon you want, Hunluan says, but know that it has to be a dragon that you have already awoken and it has to lie within the confines of Nefer and mine domains, which would be chaotic good. Seeing how the white dragon still has 2 hours before you can use it again and it doesn't lie in our domain anyway, you really only have one other option, a dragon that became available just last night, Nefer states. Wait, last night, which one is that? Izuku questions. Tell me, Izuku, by any means would you consider yourself a funny guy? Because if you are then the copper dragon is straight up your alley, Hunluan says. The copper dragon, Izuku said before Hunluan and Nefer began to change, their scales and eyes turning into pure energy before meshing together in a mixture of colors. But before he could question what was going on, a new dragon began to take shape from all the energy, one much larger with reddish-brown scales. The dragon's head had a short face and no beak while also having broad, smooth broplates jut over its eyes, and long, flat coppery horns extend back from them in a series of segments. The dragon also had backswept cheek ridges and frills on the backs of the lower jaws that sweep forward slightly and multiple layers of triangular blades point down from its chin. It had wings like a manta that show green and red mottling along the trailing edges that ran down the dragon's entire body, almost to the tip of its tail. But it was its eyes that then caught Izuku's attention, a pair of glowing turquoise orbs that entrance him for a moment, and in said moment Izuku remembers that this was one of the 10 dragons that took center stage in that dream he had. The very dream he had the day the slime villain tried to end his life. Then from his position the boy could see drops of a green-like liquid drip from its mouth just before it rears its head back and let out a piercing roar, wings spread wide to their fullest. Once it ceases with this though, it looks down at him and bows its head right before a light resembling its scale color engulf his vision. Back in the real world. In a flash, Izuku's body began to radiate a mixture of red and brown energy that began to flow all over him. Such a display stops Sarah in her tracks as the light dazzled her, and even her brothers were momentary dazed as they focused their attention on Izuku as well, giving Ryuko time to recover from their attack as she swats Jura away with her tail and then knocks Keiji back with a swipe of her claw. Soon, much like with the white dragon, the energy began to form scales across his arms, legs, and torso while also creating upon him a tail and wings that resemblance a manta along with razor claws on his hands and feet, and finally ending with his face being formed with no beak and board, smooth broplates forming just over his eyes and long, flat horns extend back from said broplates in a series of segment. It also formed backswept cheek ridges with frills on the backs of the lower part of his jaw that were slightly forward along with serrated fangs forming in his mouth. The only thing that resembled Izuku after all was said and done was his eyes that were still their natural green color. No way, Yui says from her spot. No way, Takako says from right next to her. This can't be happening, Ryuko from across the way. None of the women could believe what they were seeing. And why would they? Far as they knew, what Izuku was doing was considered to be impossible. It's the master of rock and stone, Yui then said while thinking that she needed to start playing that classic game, Deep Rock Galactic, again. The second weakest of the metallic dragons, Takako states. The comes stabuli, Ryuko says as a actinic stony scent assaults her nose, the copper dragon, master of the dry uplands. Whoa, was all Izuku could say once he was transforming and takes a good look at his arms and legs, taking into great detail the claws and scales. He then directs his attention to his tail, consciously moving the appendage back and forth with just a thought. Finally, he focuses on his wings themselves, tuck in onto his body, but before he could even go into analyze mode on how to use them. Oi, Izuku, did you forget about the giant rock lady that quickly, Hunluan shouts from within his mind. She is quite right, Izuku, Nefer voices then chides in, all your focus should be on her for the moment. There will be plenty of time later for you to marvel at perfection. Wait, where are you and why can't I see you? Izuku wonders. Nearly our entire beings are being used to maintain the copper dragon's transformation that you are currently in, so only our voices remain unless you go inside the inner depths of your mind, Nefer says. By the way, you might feel the copper's dragon personality pressing on the outskirts of your mind. What's that supposed to mean? Izuku questions. No time. Jump. Hunluan suddenly shouts and Izuku looks straight ahead in time to see Sarah resuming her course and charging straight at him. Izuku's reaction was swift and decisive. Without thought and possibly relaying more on instinct than anything else, he utilizes the now powerful muscles in his legs and leapt into the air, easily clearing Sarah by a good 2 meters as the moving wall of rock went charging by underneath him and into the building that was behind him, demolishing it in the process. Izuku then lands back on the ground with a motion of grace that one would associate with a professional figure skater who just landed a triple axel and won themselves first place in a competition, only that he landed while crouching down on all fours as opposed to only his legs. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, that really happened, Izuku shouts, placing a clawed hand on his heart as he took in short, shallow breaths. Just now he was sure he had jumped way higher than he has ever jumped before, and it was so easy, almost child's play. Izuku, you need to calm down. You're not out of the woods yet. I doubt crashing into that building barely even counts as an inconvenience for her. Hunluan shouts and Izuku turns around and see that she was indeed right about that as Sarah was now exiting the destroyed building while looking more pissed off than anything. Oh crap baskets, Izuku thought as he took in her intimidating size while also realizing that Ryukyu was still dealing with the other 2 siblings. Even from the distance he was at, he could feel the anger and strength roll off the woman, and if anything, this only made him realize just how powerful the Dragoon Hero really was for her to show no fear in dealing with 2 of them at the same time. He felt like a fly about to go up against a fly swatter and he was terrified. Izuku, it is important that you listen right now. Nefer starts speaking. You are not in any position to fight her right now. You lack the experience, you lack the training, and you lack the full control of your capabilities. Yeah, and your draconic aura is still acting funky, so we don't know how much draconic energy you currently have available at the moment. It could be anywhere from days worth to minutes worth right now, Hunluan adds. But won't my scales protect me? Izuku asks, though he briefly wondered what draconic aura and draconic energy were. Yeah, from piercing and slashing type of attacks, not so much from powerful bludgeoning ones at this point, Hunluan answers. Remember Ryukyu's final attack on you? Oh yeah, she elbowed and kneed me, causing me to black out afterwards, Izuku recalls. And while normally the copper dragon would be perfect against someone like her, Nefer says. She is currently out of your league, and I don't mean that in a flirting type of way. I mean, you seem to maybe have a thing for older women, but you kinda don't at the same time. But with the magazines under your bed and all, Hunluan starts to ramble on. Then what should I do? Izuku asks, trying his hardest to get his chaos side back on track. Let the copper dragon merge with your mind, Nefer states. This is different than what Burai did. You are becoming one with the copper dragon's personality. Each dragon form you have comes with a unique personality that would allow you to use said form to its maximum potential, Nefer explained. When you are not allowing the dragon's personality to merge with you, you are fighting at a severely lower level in both power and abilities. Everything shoots up when you merge with the dragon, including strength, speed, agility, durability, stamina, flying speed, and even the power of your breath attack. It is almost as if you bring the dragon out of the dragonscape and into this plane of existence. Plus, by combining with the dragon's personality, it would allow you to handle a situation in the way that best suits whatever dragon form you're in, Hunluan says. You're still you in a way, but your body will react to a situation the same way that the dragon would. So is that what happened with the white dragon? Izuku questions. A white dragon is the pinnacle of savagery and primal instincts. There was no room for negotiating with that once it melded with your mind. It basically took full control, though you still retained your cunning analysis eye, Nefer explains. The copper dragon will be different, I swear to you. Okay, then what would the copper dragon, as you call it, do? Izuku asks. A copper dragon is trickster, joker, and prankster all roll into one. It would rather piss its enemies off in a fight than actually fight them. It's nimble and quick and work best in tight spaces, Hunluan explains. It evade attack, it shouts insults and jokes, and overall, prolongs a fight against a superior foe until either help arrives or its adversary gets tired and leaves, usually the latter, but in this case the former is more likely. The white dragon you had earlier was almost the polar opposite. Like I said, it is savage and primal, relying more on instincts than logical thinking. That is why you were fighting more akin to a wild animal than anything, Nefer then says. You do not need a dragon that will stand its ground and fight needlessly, you need a dragon that can survive, and you will get that with this one. Do you understand? Listen Izuku, you're not that All Might guy, and you're definitely not Dragon Lady, least not yet anyway. And you have to survive long enough to get to that point, and you're not going to get there by fighting every battle that comes your way, especially ones that you can't win. You just got to hold out long enough for Dragon Lady to come help you, Hunluan says. Believe me when I say that I would love nothing more than to see you go to town on Rock Lady here, but you don't have that luxury right now. How do I do it? Izuku asks, while getting the feeling that he was going to be asked that specific question a lot in the future. But before he could dwell any further on that thought or be given instructions by Nefer or Hunluan, Sarah charged him once again, her footsteps making the whole ground shake in the process. But just when she looked like she was merely going to try and run Izuku over again, she leaps into the air, aiming herself to land directly where Izuku were currently standing. Once again Izuku found himself springing from the ground to high in the air with a single push of his legs, clearing the impact area right before Sarah landed, and the shock wave she produces sends a few nearby cars flying into the buildings, and Izuku barely manages to avoid getting hit with some flying debris in the process. Close your eyes and focus your mind for a quick moment on that pressure pushing on the outskirts of your mind. Do not worry, for time will once again slow down in the real world, Nefer asks as Izuku lands back on the ground. Here goes nothing, Izuku thought as focuses for a moment as he watches Sarah slowly turn to face him, her anger visible on her rocky face. Just like Nefer said, he could feel something starting to press on the outer limit of his consciousness, wanting to get in but unable to due to some invisible barrier. And so he closes his eyes and concentrates. A moment later he finds himself in the middle of endless void, far different than the dragonscape, and standing before him from the dragon from earlier. Izuku could see a shimmering barrier between them, with the dragon every now and then slamming its front paws and tail into it but doing no real damage. But the most unique thing about the dragon was that it looks to be laughing while doing so, like this was all just a game for it and it was having a blast. You can pass through the barrier with ease, Izuku. After that all you have to do is touch the dragon, Hunluan says as she appears next to Izuku on his right side. But take heed of this warning, Izuku, Nefer spoke as she appears on his left. Once you combine your mind with the dragon, it will be impossible to regain soul control without dispelling the dragon in general, and afterwards you will have to wait 3 days to use it again, just like with the white dragon. That explains the time limit part, but you're really not leaving me a lot of options here, Izuku states as he pushes through the barrier and stands before the copper dragon, who merely stare at him while still laughing but now lowering its head directly at Izuku, close enough that he could place his hand on it. Izuku then, without hesitation, reaches out a hand to touch it, and just as it brushes up against the dragon's scales, 2 words pop into its head. Humorous and quick-witted, Sarah takes an earth-shaking step toward Izuku, whose eyes were still close, determined once and for all to crush this kid. She would admit that she was caught off guard by this kid's transformation being different than the one she saw on TV, but she stops worrying about it once it was clear that the boy was nowhere as near as aggressive in this form as he was in his white one. But just as she was about to bullrush into him, she stops. Why? Because the silhouette of a massive reddish-brown dragon far larger than Ryukyu was now standing behind the boy, looking directly at her. And it also seems to be laughing at her. What the F***, she says to herself for a moment, but just as she said that, the dragon vanishes from sight. It was also in that instance that Izuku opened his eyes back up. And gone were his natural green human ones, and in their place were the glowing turquoise orbs of the copper dragon. And as those eyes fell on Sarah for a moment, Izuku spoke in a voice that was no longer only his own, but one that was a mixture of his and one that was deep and powerful. Wow, looks like I'm between a rock and a hard place right now. Nyuk nyuk nyuk. Sarah was expecting a great many things to come out the kid's mouth at that moment. A scream, a roar, a cry for help, But not an old dad joke that her father used to say whenever she and her brothers would practice with their quirks. She loved her father but hated those jokes of his growing up. But she did not dwell on it for too long before once again resuming her attack, dashing forward at the boy. But just like he has been doing previously, he's skillfully evading her, though this time with a roll instead of a jump. Okay, I realize that we have gotten off to a rocky start, but we just dig deep within ourselves we can resolve this, Copper Dragon Izuku then comments once he stands straight back up only to jump away again just in time to avoid a boulder-shaped fist destroying the spot where he was previously standing in. Grr, Sarah lets out as Copper Dragon Izuku lands a short distance from her. How about we talk about our favorite music to help break the ice? I bet you're a rock and roll type of girl, Copper Dragon Izuku says. Stop with the rock puns, Sarah shouts as she grabs a nearby car and chucks it at Copper Dragon Izuku. Whoa there, Copper Dragon Izuku says as he leans out of the way of the oncoming vehicle and watches it crashes into a street vendor stand. If I didn't know any better, I would say that you're taking my attempts at a peaceful solution for granted. ARRRRGGGGGHHHHH, Sarah screeches as she grabs a streetlight post and then flings that at the boy. Low bridge, Copper Dragon Izuku comments as he leans far back and the light post flies over him, missing him by mere centimeters. That was close. Bet you anyone else would have panic at something like that, but I was as cold as a cucumber. Shut the F*** up, Sarah screams. Look, I get it. You had a hard rock life growing up. So perhaps we can talk this out and find some common ground, was Copper Dragon Izuku's reply, because you know you shouldn't be so quick to cast the first stone as someone who was just trying to help. Meanwhile, in the central part of the market. Okay, I understand we should be amazed that Midoriya has somehow unlocked a second dragon in 3 days, Takako starts while watching the entire scene from within a small alley. A remarkable feat no matter how you look at it. Yui joins in from her spot right next to the lawyer. But it would be nice if he could tone it down with the rock puns, Takako finishes. It is starting to give me an even bigger migraine than I already had. Well, copper dragons are not known for their toning down, now, are they? Yui asks before a smile came to her lips. Besides, I always figure that copper was your favorite color. You have no room to talk, especially with your love of blue, Takako fires back. Okay, being quiet, but on another note, we are not going to hear the end of this from Tomoji, are we? Yui asks. Nope, it is going to just as bad as it was with Hiroko, Takako answers. I was afraid of that, Yui admits before squinting her eyes at Izuku. Still though, the fact that the dragon did not suppress Midoriya's conscience as soon as he transformed surprises me. I was sure he was no different from the others in that regards with how it was with his white dragon's transformation. It truly is a mystery how he is doing this, Takako remarks before briefly turning her attention away from Izuku and Sarah and toward the other end of the marketplace where Ryukyu was currently at with Kenji on her back pounding his fists into the back of her neck while Jura was trying to hold down her tail, he too plummeting it in a storm of rock fists. But despite landing punches that could break solid concrete, Ryukyu did not look the slight bit in pain from their attempts, her scaly armor effortlessly protecting her. Get off of me, the pro-heroine roars as she turns on Jura, ignoring Kenji for the moment, and takes a hold of him with her giant claws and uses her draconic strength to pick him up and throw him out of the shop and back onto the streets. The human golem lands with a resounding crash into a flower shop across the way, sending a cloud of petals of various flora into the air. She then began to roll around on the ground, flattening everything in her path and forcing Kenji to wrap his arms around her neck in an effort to hang on, which was exactly Ryukyu was hoping for as she grabs both of his hands, lowers her neck, and flipped Kenji over it, slamming him hard into the ground. Then, for good measure, she brings her right front claw down on his chest, knocking the wind out of him, his armor the only thing keeping him from being crushed underneath the sheer weight of the dragon's stomp. Ryukyu then moves to grab Kenji by his leg and swing him at Jura, who was just recovering from being thrown in the flower shop. The collision that was the result of the two brothers' rock forms crashing into one another sends large pieces of rock flying everywhere, but for Jura and Kenji themselves the impact was enough to effectively knock them out and the two siblings laid on the floor of the shop, surrounded by flowers. Within moments of this happening, Ryukyu began to see large cracks form along their bodies, and soon enough their entire suit of rock began to crumble to the floor, revealing their human bodies underneath along, highlighting their brown hair. Guess their quirks automatically stops working once they are unconscious, Ryukyu thought for a brief moment before redirecting all of her attention back toward where Izuku and Sarah were at. While Ryukyu was dealing with the brothers, Copper Dragon Izuku for the most part was giving Sarah the run around. A slam from her massive arm that was directed at him was easily thwarted with a combat roll out of the way. A powerful punch was made null and void by a mere sidestep combined with a skillful backflip. Any attempt made by Sarah to throw a heavy object at the boy was cancelled out with him merely leaning out the way with what seemed to be no real effort on his part to do so. But that did not stop Sarah from trying though, as she again swung her arm in hopes of swatting Izuku like a bug, only for him to once again backflip in the air far away from her and ended up hanging sideways on a lamppost, the talons on his feet clutching the metal with a powerful grip and the rest of his body standing straight up, perfectly parallel with the ground, as if the laws of gravity did not apply to him. What really set Sarah off the most was the fact that he was standing while waving at her, almost in a mocking manner. What is with this kid? Sarah thought to herself as she slams her fists into the ground in anger. Why isn't he attacking me? He had no problem charging at that dragon bitch a few days ago. Is it because he is in a different form? Is that the reason? What is your deal? She then bellows, slamming her foot into the ground to illuminate her anger. Copper Dragon Izuku tilts his head in confusion before flipping sideways off the lamppost and landing gently on the ground. Why, whatever do you mean? He then asks. 3 days ago, you fought that dragon bitch head on without a care in the world, but now all of a sudden you want to avoid my attacks while cracking bad puns. Sarah replies, why? Copper Dragon Izuku takes his scaly index finger and begins tapping his similar scaly chin with its pointed claw, mimicking a person who was deep in thought. Well, if I had to give you a direct answer, Rocky, I would have to say it was because I'm merely a different person at the time. You know, mood swing and whatnot. You could say I was having a violent mood swing, came the answer. Hope that's sufficient as an answer. It does not. Sarah roars as she once again charges at Copper Dragon Izuku. Really need to work on a different method of attacking. A bolder person might even say that you are being as dumb as a rock, Copper Dragon Izuku says as he once again jumps into the air to let Sarah pass harmlessly underneath him. Only that did not happen this time, as a third giant hand of pure rock erupts from Sarah's back and slaps him back into the ground in front of the rock woman, the impact creating a crater in the process. Copper Dragon Izuku, now lying flat on his back, shakes his head to regaining his bearing, and when he finally does, he notices a shadow looming over him. When he looks up, he sees Sarah looking down at him, emitting a murderous aura that was directed at him. What was that about me being as dumb as a rock? She asks as the third hand shrunk into her back. Have to give you a hand for that one, Rocky, you really caught me off guard. You have present to me rock solid, I would even go as far to say concrete. Evidence that you are smarter than you look. Copper Dragon Izuku says, still cracking off puns despite the dangerous situation he was in. There's more where that came from, you little shit, Sarah says as she raises both her fists high in the air, preparing to bring them down on top of him. Well, I wouldn't count me out just yet, Copper Dragon Izuku says before taking a quick deep breath and opening his mouth where a green glow began to shine. Huh, Sarah said before recalling that Izuku did something like this when he was fighting Ryukyu right before he. A line of acidic bile escapes from Copper Dragon Izuku's mouth, expanding in size to roughly the size of a person. It was composed of a liquid substance so foul and putrid that even though Sarah manages to lean out the way in order to avoid a direct hit, part of it still hit the outside of her left arm and quickly ate away at the rock and other material that made it up, leaving a long and deep gash in its wake. The part of the acid stream that did not hit her continued on for a time before splashing to the sidewalk, rapidly eating away whatever concrete or other material it landed on effortlessly. That shit really did some damage to my left arm. What the F*** was it? Sarah thought as she surveyed the injury, before returning her focus back down at Izuku, who seemed to be recovering from his attack. Okay, no more playing around. This kid is starting to become more trouble than he's worth. Raising her still good right arm and damaged left arm once again back into the air, Sarah sends them crashing down toward Izuku and was on the verge of crushing him in one single combined blow. That was until for a brief moment she heard something heavy approaching her from behind. What the crash? 1 second she was wondering what was coming behind her, and the next something heavy collides into her back, easily lifting her off the ground and hurling her through the air. During all of this she notices that she was in the air higher than some of the 3-story buildings that were around the marketplace. What hit me with enough force to send me this high in the air? Shit, as all might hear. Sarah thought before landing with a crash on top of a mini car, crushing it flat beneath her rock body. It must be All Might. I knew he was in town but we're so far away from the school and... Sarah's train of thought came to a sudden halt when a bestial predatory growl reaches her ears, and upon realizing that it was coming from the direction her feet were pointing she lifts her head up. Only to be greeted by not the number 1 pro hero in Japan but a very livid number 9. Ryukyu was standing right over Sarah, her large right claw now pressing into the chest portion of her rock armor and pushing down with such force that the criminal was certain that it was about to break at any given moment, while all the while her left paw was raised up high, ready to strike if need be, its razor-sharp claws glistening in the sunlight. But the physical pressure was not the only one that Sarah was feeling at the moment. There was a mental and psychological pressure she was feeling from the pro hero, one that made her seem small in comparison and one that kept her was using her rock arms or legs to defend herself. Sarah could not fully describe what she was feeling, but whatever it was, it, not the dragon pressing down on her chest, was making it hard to breathe. The oldest Tsuchi sibling was completely pinned and the person doing it did not even show signs of strain while doing so. Speaking of Ryukyu, her teeth were also shining in the sunshine as a deep guttural growl once again escaped from her throat while a piercing bestial glare formed from her eerily yellow glowing eyes. Eyes could only be described as feral. Eyes that held no sense of logic or rational thought, no warmth, and no ounce of mercy. This was no longer a heroine that had Sarah completely helpless and unable to defend herself, for that would imply that it was a human doing such a thing. No, this was a beast, a monster, who has finally lost her shit, was long done with playing nice, and had finally given into her savage instincts. This was a true apex predator and primal fury at its zenith. This was a dragon, pure and simple. And Sarah Tsuchi was terrified. Where is Jura? Where is Kenji? She thought in a panic, wondering why her brothers were not coming to her rescue. Did this monster kill them? Was she about to kill her next? Ryukyu began to speak in a tone that conveyed nothing but fury and rage that made Sarah even more frightened. You will not ever touch him again. Ryukyu tells Sarah, pressing further and further down on her chest with every word while keeping her other claw raised and her jaws dangerously close to the criminal's rocky face. Said criminal was certain that in that moment, her rock armor would have been as good as toilet paper if the 9th-ranked hero decided to just kill her right there and now. You will not touch Izuku again. Do you understand? Ryukyu then asks. Sarah still kept quiet, afraid that say anything might seal her fate. Unfortunately, though, this was not the response that the Dragoon hero wanted. With 2 mighty swipes from her left claw, the dragon easily tore away the upper part Sarah's rock armor, leaving her shoulders, neck, and head exposed to the world, her light violet eyes staring directly into Ryukyu's glowing yellow ones while her short brown hair slightly blue was drawn upward as the pro hero took a deep breath. Ryukyu then roars directly into Sarah's face, and it was no ordinary roar that the heroine usually did to announce herself or whatnot. This was a roar of dominance. You better do what I say or your life is forfeited type of roar, and the pressure behind it alone was enough to nearly shatter her eardrums and press Sarah down a bit into the remains of her armor. Answer me, Ryukyu demands. Okay, I won't touch him again. I swear. Just please don't kill me, Sarah cries, her lower body coming dangerous close to making her wet and soil herself at the same time from sheer fright alone. Ryukyu then leans her head even closer to the criminal, so close that Sarah could see her reflection in her serrated teeth and yellow eyes. You are going to surrender at this very moment. She demands, if anything other than words of compliance from here on out come out of your mouth, they will be the last words you will ever speak on this plane of existence. If you so much as raise your voice or look at someone the wrong way while I am still in the vicinity, I will end you. You will not get a second warning, a moment to explain yourself, or even a chance to apologize before I tear you apart. Do I make myself clear? Sarah just slowly nods. Good, Ryuko says as she leans back. Officers, she then shouts, catching the attention of the few remaining police officers in the area. The suspect is safe for you to take into custody. Ryuko then kept her glare fixed upon Sarah until the two bravest of the police officers stepped forth to put cuffs on her, they themselves sweating bullets while in the shadow of the Dragoon Hero whose mere presence was suddenly overwhelming. Midoriya, Takako screams as she and Yui run over to the spot where the boy was still laying on the ground. Are you okay? Never better, Copper Dragon Izuku says with a grin, just laying here watching the clouds roll by. It really is a lovely day today. You two should join me. It took both of the ladies a second to recollect their thoughts after receiving such a response from Izuku, but once Takako did though. Why the F*** did you not stay in the car like I told you to? She then starts screaming. Like I said, it is such a lovely day today that I didn't want to spend it inside a metal box. You know, it is dangerous to leave kids and animals inside of a car on a day like this, Copper Dragon Izuku answers as he starts to stand up and dust himself off. Before Takako could comment, her phone starts to ring. Who the hell? She says before pulling it out and looking at the caller ID. Inko Midoriya, it is your mom, Takako curses. Oh, I guess I did leave my cell phone in the car, so I should probably take that, Copper Dragon Izuku says before taking a look at his body, though I should probably do something about all of this before talking to her. The voice might freak her out. A copper-colored light once again appears across the entire outline of Copper Dragon Izuku's body, including his wings and tail. It was only there for a moment, but once it dissipated, only Izuku in his tracksuit and red shoes remain with his scales, claws, tails, and wings now completely gone as if they were never there. Holy freaking crap. That was amazing, and this time my clothes weren't destroyed for some reason. Izuku then shouts as he gives himself a quick look over. I can't believe I did that. I actually stood my ground against a villain. I mean, sure, I didn't actually fight her except for that one acid breath attack I did, which was totally awesome, but I still didn't run away, and that is a big thing for me. This is the first time in my life that I have ever felt powerful. Sure, this is the second time I have transformed, but I don't remember much about the first time, so I'm not sure if I can count that. I have to write this all down. Where my notebook? Oh yeah, it's in the car in my backpack along with my cell phone, which is probably why my mom is calling yours. Regardless, I need to go get it so I don't forget what happens. Though I could never forget about how Ryukyu came to my rescue. She was so magnificent, spectacular, and glorious. She was like a divine angel who had descended from heaven itself to come and save me. She was breathtaking in the protective way she stood over me right after she struck the villain, and the way she moved with a purpose to go and finish the job. She was the epitome of a hero. And Midoriya, Takako shouts while holding her phone up in his face, your mom. Answer the call, right now. Oh right, Izuku says as he takes the phone. Hi mom. Hell, Takako grumbles as she turns around to leave Izuku with some privacy for his phone conversation, teenage boys and their hormones. But she then stops and takes a closer inspection at the crater the boy just got out of. It was deep and wide, indicating that Izuku did not receive no mere love tap from Sarah, but as she just witnessed, the boy looks no worse for wear. He can take a hit, she then thought before resuming her task. A while later, Sarah was being led away to a secured location that was still within eyesight of Ryuko, who then oversaw the arrest of Jura and Kenji, who began to regain consciousness. There was a tense moment when it looked like they were going to resist, but one fiery glare from Ryuko along with them seeing their sister in handcuffs was all they needed to see to know that that particular course of action would lead them to the ICU at best and possibly the morgue at worst, so they surrendered themselves peacefully to the police. Minutes later, The proper police transport along with a couple more pro-heroes and police as well as the press arrive, and it was only then that Ryuko reverted back to her human form and allow herself to get checked out by Yui. "How is he?" the pro-hero asked her medical expert as she gave her a look over as the two of them were off to the side, out of earshot of the main group of paramedics, law enforcement, and reporters. Far more excited about being attacked by a villain than most people would be, but physically he is fine thanks to his scales taking the blunt of the damage, Yui answers while examining her friend's vital. Takako is seeing to him and he is on the phone with his mother right now. "That's good," Ryuko says before letting out a breath. "What about the other pro-heroes and officers?" Yui did not even attempt to hide her sullen face. "The sidekick and two of the police officers were already dead by the time I got to them. They were crushed to death and there was nothing I could do. Thankfully Midoriya did not see their bodies." "Well, at least there's that, for he's not mentally ready for that yet," Ryuko says with a sad sigh. "I figure there is something else you want to tell me," the heroine then says after noticing Yui's silence. "There is. I called Tatsuhiro to have him look up the sidekick's profile while you were overseeing the arrests, and it turns out that she just graduated from UA last year." Yui spoke. "She was the 7th overall in the heroes course and she interned under Endeavor for all 3 years. Tatsuhiro then dug a little deeper and discovered that this whole group of heroes all interned under him at some point and were sort of an unofficial detachment of his agency, an outpost if you will, with his financial backing and everything. Tatsuhiro's best guess is that it's his way of getting around the sidekick limit the HPSC started 2 years back, while allowing some lower pro heroes to still maintain some semblance of independence even if they unofficially work for a higher rank one. Just perfect," Ryuko swears, recalling that the number 2 pro hero in Japan was not exactly thrilled about her moving into Musudafu, especially since it was not long after All Might became a UA teacher. While it was kept out of the public eye, Endeavor considered this city to be within his turf despite the fact that his agency was located in Hamamatsu, the largest city in the Shizuoka prefecture and the soon-to-be new capital of the prefecture in general. This was the same prefecture that Musudafu resided in, but the UA alumni was rarely seen within the city's limits nowadays. Nevertheless, it was an unwritten rule of sorts that every pro-hero who was not a staff member at UA or on the HPSC's orders, operated within this prefecture with his blessing and permission. No different than all the other prefectures besides Kanto where a top-ranked pro-hero reside, and if you did not have it, things suddenly became very difficult for you in Shizuoka. There was even a rumor circulating around that pro-heroes had to give him a heads up before they came to the UA Sports Festival, though Ryuko seriously doubted the credibility of such a thing. Of course, Ryuko did not care for such things and moved here anyway. She was a top-tier hero, the same as him, and it would be a cold day in hell before she let herself be intimidated by him. But still, she did not want to start a feud with the Flame Hero, especially with everything else she had going on. "Damn it, I should have gotten here faster. Last thing I need is Endeavor being riled up," Ryuko curses. "You got here as fast as you could, and from what I can gather, they were all dead before we even got the call," Yui tried to reassure Ryuko. "Try explaining that to their families, the press, and Mr. Eternal number 2, Ryuko murmurs darkly before also noticing that Yui was still staring at her. "What? So are we not going to talk about what just happened back there with the way you were attacking the sister?" Yui asks. "I just got a little aggressive, that's all," Ryuko answers. "Little aggressive, my shapely silver ass," Yui retorts. "Ryuko, you were on the verge of going berserk on that woman. Your eyes were exactly the way they were that day in the village, and I am still amazed that you managed to reel yourself in." Ryuko lets out a breath and leans on the wall of a nearby store. "I don't know what came over me. One moment I'm watching Sarah about to crush Midoriya and the next I was standing over her struggling to stop myself from mauling her to death," Ryuko confesses. "Something overran my senses, but it also made me stronger, and all I knew was that I had to protect Izuku." Yui mentally took note to look into later on whatever it was that affected Ryuko to such a degree. "Yeah, and because of that I am pretty sure he is developing an infatuation for you." "I'm sorry, what?" is all Ryuko could bring herself to say. "You should have heard the way he was talking about you after you knocked that villain away from him and appear in front of him for a moment," Yui says with a smirk forming on her lips. You think he was describing a goddess. Ah hell. Please don't let him be a scaly because I don't need this shit right now, Ryuko curses. Don't be all that surprised that he might have crush on you. Yui starts to laugh. You were engaged to his father at one point and you definitely had a crush on him back in the day. Promise. Ryuko instantly corrects her friend while holding up a finger, though she does not deny the crush part. I was only promised to Hisashi, so there was no official engagement, for I was only a child when our families made that deal and he was 14 years older than me. It would have turned into an engagement upon my 16th birthday and then we would have gotten married once I was 21. Can you imagine what would have happened if he would have stayed instead of leaving when you were 10? You probably would not even be a hero right now, Yui says. Ryuko makes no comment and just remain quiet, the look in her eyes clearly conveying to Yui that her pro-hero friend was indeed wondering what life would have been like if things would have turned out different back on Okinawa all those years ago. I wonder how much he has told his wife about his past, she then says aloud. My guess is probably none at all, Yui replies. If he did, she more than likely would have mentioned something. So he either lied about his past or she respect him enough not to dwell too deep into it. Ryuko summarizes, I'm leaning toward the latter. As am I, Takako says as she walks up to the two, and from what I have seen, Hisashi's son seemed to be in the same boat as well. By the way, he is back in the car and he promise that he will stay there this time. The look Ryuko throws at Takako made it known that she was not pleased with the wordplay she just used, though it did briefly remind the pro-hero that the lawyer had the second best hearing in her agency after herself. I guess I will go give my report to the paramedics then and deal with the press since Tomi is not here. Speaking of which, you might want to call him, Yui says as she leaves. I'll join you in a bit, Takako says before taking a gander at Ryuko and the surrounding area. Rough morning, huh? She then asks. Don't get me started, Ryuko answers. The sound of Takako's phone ringing then draws both of their attention to the device, to which the lawyer pulls out and looks at the screen. Not even half a second later her eyes widen to the size of tire wheels and Ryuko notice her start to tremble immensely. Takako. The pro-hero asks, worried about her friend. The committee is calling, the lawyer says, causing Ryuko to mimic her expression. Oh crap, is all the pro-hero could say as Takako answers the call. Hello, Takako says while Ryuko waits on bated breath. Yes, she is standing right next to me, Takako then says before handing the phone over. The chairman wants to talk to you. Ryuko takes the phone without hesitation, though she too was shaking as bad as Takako. Yes, chairman, she answers quietly, and for the next few moments the caller talked and Ryuko could only listen. After a moment of speaking though, yes, I understand, chairman. Thank you, before the caller hangs up. What happened? Takako asks after a moment, to which Ryuko hands her phone back to her. I'm going to have a chat with Midoriya, Ryuko says. Ryuko? Takako questions. The committee is quite impressed by him awakening a second dragon so soon after awakening his first. Ryuko starts to explain, so impressed that they are doubling everything. Everything? Takako repeats, unsure whether or not she heard Ryuko right. Everything. Funding, resources, connections, favors, and even more access to restricted information. You name it, we now have more of it. All they are asking in return is more progress, Ryuko answers. They even said they would approve more staff and a second building if that is what we want. By the ancestors, Takako says as she places a hand over her heart, holy shit. Okay, Ryuko says after a while, here's the plan. We're taking Midoriya back home for now. The F***, Takako says, we just got everything double and you want to call it quits for the day. I'm sure his mom has seen what just happened on TV and is pulling her hair out with worry. Ryuko explains, there's no need to get her all riled up and make it easier for her to decide to put a stop to everything. Takako rolls her eyes. I suppose you have a point there. The last thing we need is his mom becoming a problem. So we are going to pick him up around the same time tomorrow morning then. Ryuko responds with silence to the attorney, she herself deep in thought. Ryuko. Takako says, I think we're going to need at least 5 months before we actually start his training, the pro hero answers. 5 months. Takako says before closing the distance between her and Ryuko. We are finally at the threshold and you want to wait 5 months. The UA entrance examination is in 10 in case you forgot. You really think we can train him for that in 5 months? The whole absurd idea to even let him go to UA in the first place was yours to begin with. Look, I have my reasons and I'll tell everyone why, but just trust me on this, okay? And don't worry, I'll deal with the committee myself, Ryuko says with full confidence, and yes, I do believe we can train him in 5 months. Takako takes a deep breath. Fine, 5 months. I do not like it but I trust you. She relents. I will call the agency. Thanks. Tell them we'll stop by for a meet and greet, but that's it, Ryuko says as she walks toward the agency car while her lawyer dials a number and brings the phone up to her ear as the call was answered. Listen, Ayano, I understand that you and Gakudo had to work overtime in order to. Takako talks into the phone before pulling it away from her ear as a scream of anger erupts from it. 3 days. 3 days for him to go from awakening his first dragon to his second dragon. That was a joke I made this morning, but I guess someone decided to say, you know what? Ayano. And put more work on my plate. Some days I forget that she can be just foul-mouthed as me when she is angry, Takako thought before speaking. Listen. There was no way for any of us could have predicted him awakening his copper dragon only 3 days after he awoken his white dragon. This has never happened before, so everyone, and I mean everyone, is caught off guard by it. I am so beyond something as simple as, caught off guard, for all my notes, my theories, my tests, and all my equipment now has to been adjusted to factor in the copper dragon as well. Takako then hears the sound of something breaking in the background. Hey! If anything, you should be excited, happy even. This is progress on a large scale that has never been witnessed before, Takako says. Just because someone chose to take a smaller shit in my rice doesn't change the fact that it's still there, inside my bowl, steaming up my Tupperware. Did I mention that the committee has just double our funding along with resources, connections, favors, and whatever else we want? Takako asks. Ayano goes quiet for a moment and Takako takes that as her cue. So while I can see how all of this might translate to more work for you and Gakudo, you two do receive the largest percentage of the budget, so you really have no room to complain. Still nothing but silence from Ayano. Anyway, Ryuko has decided to take the boy back home after we make a quick stop at the agency, and training will resume in 5 months, and before you ask why, she said she would explain later. I have to go now because I have to get a hold of Tomi, Takako then says before hanging up. She then dials another number and the receiver picks up. What are we looking at? Part media shitstorm, part something that I can't even put a word to. Tomi answers. What the hell was wrong with Ryuko? I had PTSD flashbacks to that day in village while watching her. If I know, you will have to talk to Yui about that, Takako answers, but in the meantime, do what you do best and try to smooth things over with the public and downplay Midoriya's involvement in all this. Downplay his involvement, you say? You make it sound so easy, Tomi asks. In case you didn't see it, he tangled with the head villain on national television. Yaba tried to spin it like he was able to think quick on his feet and stall the head villain from causing more damage until Ryuko was able to deal with her or something, Takako says. Tomi lets out a breath in annoyance. Alright, but this ain't going to be pretty. Ryuko is going to take some hits. What else is new? Besides, it was not like Izuku was right in the middle of all this from the very beginning. Anyway, we are taking Midoriya back home and giving it 5 months before we start everything back up. Ryuko will explain more when we get back, but be aware that we are bringing Midoriya over for introduces, so be ready for that, Takako says before hanging up. She then takes a look at the car that Ryuko was heading to, where the reason for her current headache was waiting. First the white dragon, then the copper dragon. I wonder which one will be next, she says to herself before leaving to help Yui with the press. How are you doing, kid? Hunluan asks as Izuku sat down back in the Ryukyu agency's car, the disemboweled head of his chaotic side floating on his right side. I'm great. Actually, I'm better than great. I finally got to use my quirk and actually be conscious for it, came the response from the giddy boy. Well, I guess as long as you are happy that is what matters, Nefer states as her own head floats in front of him. Still though, you shouldn't be feeling all happy and stuff. You almost died in case you forgot, and if it wasn't for Dragon Lady stepping in you be a pancake right now, Hunluin reminds Izuku. Oh trust me, terror is mixed in with my excitement. But Ryukyu saved me so it's all good. And she was amazing with her wings spread out and her tail trashing the ground right before she leapt at Villain Lady. Izuku thought as how he remember how awestruck he was looking up at her while flat on his back. Speaking of which, he was also still trying to wrap his mind around how he had to share his mind with the Copper Dragon. He was in control, but then again, he was not during all that. He would decide on something, but then the dragon side would do it in a way that best suited him. The same goal was accomplished, to survive, but in a different way than what the Izuku side of would have done. And he actually found the puns he was making pretty funny. All in all, this had been one crazy morning, and hopefully his mom would not be too smothering when he got home. It did take a lot of convincing on his part just to keep her from coming to get him and taking him straight home. If it was not for the fact that he told her that it was all his fault for getting out of the car despite being told by Ms. Higanata, she'd probably be pulling up to the market right now with rivers of tears pouring out her eyes right before she engulfs him in a bone-breaking hug and dragging him back to the apartment. Any more thought on this matter were pushed to the back of his mind when the door to the car opened and Ryuko entered the vehicle. Midoriya, we need to talk, she says in a tone that suggests that Izuku was not going to like the conversation. Yes, Ryukyu, he says. Takako explained me how she told you to stay in the car yet you disobey her, she says, fixing him with an emotionless stare. Oh, sorry about that, Izuku says. I need you to realize that if any member of my staff gives you an order that pertains to your safety, it would be in your best interest to obey it, for your well-being comes first. Ryuko kept speaking. After all, I did promise your mother that I would take care of you. Will do, Ryukyu. I won't disobey any orders from you or your staff again, Izuku promises. Good, though while we're on the subject, why did you get out of the car? With your enhanced eyesight you should have been able to see everything from way over here, Ryuko asks. The teenage boy's cheeks instantly redden and this gets a raised eyebrow out of Ryuko. Yeah, Izuku, why did you get out of the car? Hunluin says with a shit-eating grin on her face as she floats right next to the pro-hero while Nefer merely shook her head at her chaotic counterpart's antics. Well, I have never seen you in action before, especially in your dragon form, and it was your first time using it in 2 years, so I wanted to see it firsthand if possible. I felt it wouldn't do you justice if I saw it from behind a car's window, Izuku states. Oh, Ryuko says as she remembers what Yui told her. And how was it seeing it for the first time? You were absolutely amazing. Breathtaking even. You completely dominated those villains out there. You were like an angel of war and everything they threw at you merely delayed your inevitable victory. You move around with such grace despite being so large that you're like a figure skater and you can instantly go from calm and collected to savage and bestial at the drop of a hat if the situation calls for it. Izuku suddenly explodes, catching Ryuko off guard with his energy. Okay, Ryuko merely says before opening the door and stepping out. Anyway, due to circumstances I'm going to have to cut today's training short and take you home. Also, we will have to push your training back 5 months. What? Izuku cries, his ecstatic mood instantly deflating. Is it because of what I did? It is not, Ryuko assures him, but it seems that my staff and I need more time to prepare in order to properly deal with your evolving quirk. We're taking you by the agency to meet and greet everyone, but afterwards you're heading home. Izuku lets out a breath. Okay. Also, just between you and me, my staff and I were prepared to deal with your first dragon form, but this new form, Ryuko starts. White dragon, Izuku says. I beg your pardon, Ryuko says as her eyes slightly widen in surprise. My first form is a white dragon and the second one is a copper dragon, Izuku says. I see, white dragon and copper dragon it is then, Ryuko says after a moment with a slight tone of uncertainty. We'll be leaving soon so please don't go anywhere. Okay Ryukyu, Izuku says in a dejected tone. He was really looking forward to training. Oh, and Midoriya, Ryuko says. Yes, came the response. You did good today all things considered, and I want you to know that. Ryuko starts to say. Most people with a quirk like yours would have more than likely tried to fight that woman and just have gotten themselves injured or killed in the process, but you were smart enough to just evade and dodge, only really fighting back once you had no choice. Your actions kept her busy until I was able to handle her, and that shows that you have a clear and level head, which is what a good pro hero needs more than anything else. Not some fancy quirk or some cool name or costume, but a calm mind in a dangerous situation. Whatever sullen mood Izuku was in about his training getting cancelled suddenly vanishes upon hearing such words of praise. Thank you, Ryukyu, he cries, tears of joy. Ryuko merely nods at this before closing the door and walking away, leaving a once again ecstatic Izuku in the car. To anyone who happened to look in her direction, the high-rank pro hero seems calm and in control. But on the inside though, yep, definitely a scaly in the making, just my luck, she told herself, but soon another thought was starting to form. How did he know about the dragons' names? White dragon I get, it's just common sense with the scales and all, but how do you explain the copper dragon? 20 minutes later, the Tsuchi triplets were taken away and everyone got back into the car, though Ryuko had to get in the back seat with Yui and Izuku since her seat was still missing. But this was only temporarily until they drove back to the place where Ryuko ejected out of the car and they pick it up and reinstall it. 10 minutes of driving later, Izuku spots a 12-story brown building with dark glass windows, and he figured that it was the Ryukyu's agency building, seeing how there was a billboard on the front of it showcasing the pro heroine modeling her clothing line, Dragwar. He then notices a high-class limousine parked in front of the building. Guess who decided to pay you a visit? Takako chuckles as she looks over at the pro heroine, who was shaking her head in annoyance. I explicitly told her that my decision was final. Why can't she understand that? Ryuko growls. Just hear her out so she will leave. It's the least you can do since she came all the way out here from Nagoya, Yui says. Fine, if only to get her out of my hair. Ryuko relents as the car pulls into the building private parking garage which was on the side. Once the car came to a complete stop, the door that Izuku deduced led to the main building suddenly swung open and a woman with long flowing golden hair dress in a golden business mini dress comes walking in at a brisk pace with a clipboard in hand and the stepping of her high heels echoing through the garage. With his window open, the boy's nostrils were assaulted by the smell of saffron and incense which originated from the woman, and he found his eyes lock in on her pupils that almost resemble pools of molten gold, almost like Himiko. As Izuku got out of the car, the woman extends a hand to him. Hello, Izuku Midoriya, she says, it is an honor to finally meet you. An honor? Izuku thought as he shook her hand, and the woman continued speaking. I am Chojun Arakaki and I am Ryuko's treasurer. I handle all the finances and logistics for the agency including the budget. It's a pleasure to meet you, Izuku answers, trying his best to not be distracted by the woman's golden hair which seemed to shine despite the low level of light in the room. It also did not help that she seems to be Takako's equal in asset size. Chojun then looks over at Ryuko, who was now getting out of the car. She is waiting for you in your office, she says, and Izuku had a hunch that they were referring to whoever owned the limo outside. Introduce Midoriya to everyone and I'll be down in a moment, Ryuko orders as she moves to the door. Aisho is not here by the way, Chojun says, and this brings the heroine to a full stop. Where did he go? Ryuko asks over her shoulder. He left this morning, not long after you guys did. Right after he got a phone call, I believe, Chojun replies. That doesn't answer my question, Ryuko says, and Izuku found the hairs on the back of his neck stand up due to the edge in her voice. You will have to ask him why then, Chojun says. I will, Ryuko says before resuming her walk through the door and out of sight. Meanwhile, Izuku notices that Chojun was inspecting the vehicle while seemingly jotting down something. Those tires were definitely in better condition this morning when you left. Plus, where did all these dents and scratches come from? She asks. Takako merely shrugs. Circumstances. By that you mean your driving, Chojun counters. My driving is just fine. We will let the gas tank determine that, Chojun then states as she got in the driver's seat and turned the car on. After looking at the dashboard for a moment she turns to Takako with a frown. How did you go from a full tank to just below 3/4 in just a short amount of time driving? Like I said, circumstances, Takako answers. After writing something else down, Chojun hands Takako a piece of paper that looked like a receipt. This much will be coming out of your allotted budget for repairs and fuel, the treasurer said with a smile. Takako snatches the receipt from Chojun and looks at it. Are you shitting me? She then screams out. Midoriya. Izuku hears from his left and turns to see Yui standing next to him. How about we leave these two alone and I help you get to know the rest of the staff? Izuku throws one last look at where Takako and Chojun were in the midst of a heated argument, an argument that had him struggling to keep his eyes on their faces and not wander downward since they were so close to one another, before looking back at Yui. Lead the way, Miss Tamaki, he says. A moment later, the medical professional and the teenager find themselves walking into a spacious red-colored lobby whose design and decoration seem to be akin to a Chinese theme, with several of the columns that were placed throughout the floor marked with golden Chinese dragons along with a couple of statues of guardian lions placed on either side of the main entrance to the building, and finally, he spots an elevator and a set of stairs on the far side of the room. In the middle of all this though appeared to be lobby of some sort where a large plasma TV was placed, and within it was a group of half a dozen individuals who all seemed to be watching something. Hey guys! He then hears Yui shout from right next to him, catching the group's attention, come over and greet Midoriya. The group turn their heads sharply to the sound of Yui's voice and almost instantly focus their attention on Izuku. Within moments, they all left the lodge and stood directly in front of Izuku and Yui in a straight line. A few of the faces looked quite familiar, such as the intel specialist of the agency who Izuku saw earlier via video chat, Tachiwiro Shimabukuro, who Izuku was surprised to see actually had some muscles on him, despite the boy initially believing that the man was basically a computer nerd and the concept of working out would have been foreign to him. A couple of things that Izuku now become aware of was how the man's sapphire blue eyes, for some reason, remind the boy of being in the midst of a storm, and that a smell that could best be described as desert sand along with a bit of ozone roll off of him in waves. He still looks like he need to get more sleep though, even now more so now that Izuku was seeing him in the flesh, but once again he decides to keep that to himself for obvious reasons that were unfolding right in front of him. Did you drink your tea this morning after I left? Yui asks Tatsuhiro. Yeah, I drunk the crap, came the lazy response as he pulls a cigarette out of his pocket and starts to light it up. Good, Yui then, before turning to Izuku, this is. Going off his body language alone I'm certain that already knows who I am. Yui, Tatsuhiro cuts her off, or did you forget the fact that the video chat for the car goes both ways? Yui narrows her eyes at the blue-haired intel specialist who merely stares back as he finally gets his lighter to work and takes his first puff. In that I clearly saw you whisper to him while I was talking, no doubt telling him my name and occupation, Tatsuhiro kept going on. Yui stares at the man for a few moments before silently plucking the cigarette out of his mouth with the precision of someone who has done it many times before. Okay Midoriya, allow me to introduce you to the rest of the Ryukyu's agency staff, she then says as she points to the next person in line, the same man that Izuku saw address the media during the press debrief a few days back. This is, Yui starts for the man, cuts her off and moves to places himself between her and Izuku. Tomi Taira, Ryukyu's public relations and social media manager, and I must say it is a wonderful to meet you again, Midoriya, the man starts rambling off. You are truly one of a kind to get someone like Ryukyu to personally train you. If you need anything, and I mean anything, you let me know and I'll pull some strings and get it for you. The man's constant talking nearly overwhelmed Izuku's sense of thought but not his sense of smell as he briefly picks up a actinic sandy odor coming off the man, though it was different that the sand-like scent he got from Tatsuhiro. Okay, that's enough Tomi. No need to talk his ears off after he just met you, Yui says as she pushes the man to the side and begins instructing the third person in line. A woman dressed in a lab coat with emerald hair and eyes and who gave off a faint scent of chlorine in the air around her. And a smile that reminded him of his mother whenever she was trying to hold her anger in. This is Ayano Oshiro, The one I told you about, who was the agency's quirk analyst as well as our local researcher, Yui says. How do you do? The woman asks, and Izuku was certain he heard levels of strained rage in her tone. Did I do something to make her angry? Wait a minute, this is my first time meeting her. What could I have possibly done to make her mad? Izuku asks himself, but he is given no time to dwell on this before the person next to Ayano chimes in. Pay her no mind, she just had a couple long nights and needs some more sleep, the man with short bronze hair and glowing green eyes said. He was dressed in a pair of blue working overalls that were covered in large number of what Izuku assumed were grease stains and oil, with a green bandana tied off around the top of his head. Much like everyone else at the agency, he had a unique smell to him that reminded the boy of the ocean where the water hits the shore, sea spray if you will. This is Gakuto Uehara, and he is our support equipment designer, inventor, maintainer, repairer, and our local handyman, Yui says. Nice to meet ya, Gakuto says with a slight bow. Once you get into UA, Gakuto here will assist you and craft up specialized support gear for you. All you need do is ask. Yui then adds before directing Izuku's attention to the next person, who Izuku looks at, and only one sentence pop into his mind to describe the man. No personal space. Izuku thinks this because at this very moment the man whose upward spiky hair and eyes seem to perfectly match that of the copper dragon he saw in his mind right before transforming earlier today was definitely in his personal bubble, examining his clothes and hair with a detective eye. We are definitely going to have to do something about these clothes of yours. It's like you got dressed in the dark and in a hurry this morning. Oh, my goodness, are those red shoes you have on right now? In April, the man says while pointing down at Izuku's feet. All of a sudden Izuku found himself feeling severely underdressed as he compares his plain red shoes and his worn-out blue and white tracksuit to the man's silk button-up shirt, fashionable leather pants, and designer shades that sat on top of his head. In fact, Izuku was positive that the exquisite design black scarf that was wrapped around his neck had more work put into it than any of the clothes in his closet back at home, and possibly even more expensive than all of them combined. Plus, the man seems to be impeccably clean from hand to toe, and Izuku could not but shake the feeling that the man probably got pedicures and manicures every week, probably more than just once. Back to the clothes though. In all honesty, Izuku thought that what he was wearing now was perfect for the harsh physical training Ryukyu said that he was going to be going through. Well, it seems that I'm going to have a lot of work to do now, so I best free up my schedule, the man then says as he pulls out a measuring tape and begins rapidly measuring around Izuku's waist, neck, legs, arms, and essentially Izuku's entire body without even asking the boy first. Though it did give the boy a chance to get a whiff of his unique smell, which was actinide's stony scent, much like the copper dragon from earlier though far less potent. Lots of work also came forth out of his mouth as he wonders just what the man meant by that. Noticing the baffled expression on the boy's face, Yui take that as her cue to interject. Midoriya, this is Tomoji Miyagi. He is Ryukyu's fashion designer. I thought Ryuko's design her own clothes, Izuku says after Tomoji was finally done measuring and was currently jotted down notes in a small book. She gives me ideas to work with along with modeling the final product, Tomoji says without looking up, but I do everything in between. He also sees himself as the morale maintainer of the place. Gakuto chuckles, to which Ayako and Tomi nod their heads in agreement. What is that supposed to mean? Izuku asks. Oh, don't you worry your pretty little face, Tomoji says as he pinches Izuku's cheek, you'll find out soon enough. Tomoji, Yui says in a tone that was anything but friendly, what have we told you? That taking measurements is one thing but actually touching without permission is another, the fashion designer answers before heading to the stairs. Well, I got things to make, so I'll see you all later. Toddles. Izuku rubs his cheek, hoping to tone down the pain in it as he watches the man go up the stairs and leave. Wow, he starts to say. He's isn't gay, someone says from right next to him, and the boy found himself jumping back in fright as he turns to see who it was. Izuku was then surprised to see that the woman before him was actually shorter than he was, though it was not by much. She was dressed in a yellow gold, almost brass-like, colored tracksuit and staring at him with an icy stare that could freeze hell over. That combined with her short snow-white hair and same-colored eyes gave Izuku the impression that he was in the middle of a winter storm and a crisp, almost faintly, chemical odor filled his nose. This is Hiroko Yamashiro and she is Yukyu's personal physical fitness coordinator, her personal trainer if you will. Yui says, from this day forth, she will be yours as well. Nice to meet you. Izuku stutters out, the cold stare he was receiving from the woman putting him in a sense of unease. I don't believe I heard what you just said. Tomoji, he's not gay despite what you were thinking. Hiroko repeats, that means he's just very in touch with his feminine side but still straight in case you didn't know. Oh, Izuku says before realizing that by saying that one word he just confirms the woman's suspicion that Tomoji's orientation did indeed cross his mind, and said mind then went into overdrive trying to recover from his slip-up. I mean, I would have nothing against him if he was or anything like that. I have nothing against gay people or. Save it for someone who actually cares, Hiroko says as she starts walking around Izuku, inspecting him from top to bottom. Seeing how this was the umpteenth time today someone of the agency has given him a thorough inspection since he woke up this morning, it was starting to get on his nerves a bit. But before he could say anything about it though, Hiroko spoke first. You're nothing but skin and bones. Your mom's cooking must be pretty shitty for you to look like this at your age, or maybe she doesn't even cook for you at all. Raw anger courses through Izuku's body as his mind registered this woman's badmouthing his mother, and in that instant the image of Burai flashes before Izuku's eyes and the boy found himself struggling to keep his anger in check, all while Hiroko kept watching him until he finally regains control. She then looks over at Yui, I'll be in the kitchen preparing lunch if you need me. The medical expert merely nods her head at this. Then the personal trainer turns and starts heading toward another door on the other side of the lobbying, disappearing behind it without so much as a backward glance at the remaining group. But before Izuku could comment on the rudeness of the woman, Yui starts to speak. We have one more member of the staff, Aisho Kaneshiro, who is Ryukyu's combat training instructor, but he is not here at the moment, but you will meet him eventually, she says. Combat training instructor? Izuku question. He helps keep Ryukyu on her toes from hand-to-hand combat all the way to weapons training. He is also the agency's head of security, Yui explains. Weapons training? Izuku wonders. Anyway, there is also someone else who is not part of the staff currently staying with us here at the agency who I think you should meet, Yui says as she motions Izuku into the elevator and the silver-haired woman pushes the button for the 12th floor. The last thing he saw before the door closes were the remaining 4 staff members looking at him. So, he's the real deal, huh? The one everyone has been waiting for? Gakuto asks as soon as the elevator doors close. Sure, seems like it, Tatsuhiro says as he pulls out another cigarette. Never thought I lived to see the day. I don't think any of us thought we would, Tomi says, but yet here we are. He looks just like Hisashi back when he was that age minus the hair color of course, Gakuto says. He was never that scrawny either, Ayano point out. Ryuko, Hiroko, and Aisho can work on that. Speaking of Aisho, I wonder how him meeting the kid is going to go, Gakuto says. I'm definitely going to clear my schedule to make sure I am here to see that, Tomi laughs, to which the others join in. Moments later Izuku and Yui arrive at the 12th floor where the latter led the former down a hallway. This is the floor that houses Ryukyu's room and her office, just so you are aware, Yui states. I'm guessing because it's the closest to the roof so she can take off easier in case of an emergency, Izuku asks, to which Yui nods. Correct. Moving on now, there is something you should know Midoriya, and that is that if it was not for All Might throwing in his support for Ryukyu to train you, there is a very good chance that everything would not have turned out the way that it did, Yui explains. Also know that Ryukyu has her own sense of honor. Okay, I'm following, Izuku says while wondering where this conversation was going. Therefore, after All Might did that, Ryukyu felt honor-bound to pay back this debt, and in doing so, All Might asked us to house his niece for a period of time, Yui said. Niece? Izuku asks while recalling that All Might has never mentioned having any living family in any of his interviews, documentaries, and such. She will be attempting to get into UA support course next year, but she wanted to get in tune, with the way things work here in Japan, so she showed up last night to start doing this. Plus, if she does can in, she will be staying here while attending school, Yui kept saying. A support course. Work here in Japan. Izuku repeats, wait a minute, is she a foreigner? She is, an American from my island, but her Japanese is spotless, so you should have no problem with the language barrier, Yui says before eyeing Izuku. I hope her being a foreigner will not be a problem for you. Of course, not, Izuku says. Good to hear, Yui smiles as they stop in front of a door. This is her room for the time being. All Might's niece who is an American. This is all very strange, but I guess I might as well make a good first impression, Izuku wonders as Yui knocks. Come in, a voice rings out and Yui opens the door. Standing at the other end of the room, sitting on a bed while rummaging through a bag, was a pale-skinned girl around Izuku's age with wavy blonde hair and aqua blue eyes. When she looks up from her bag and direct her attention at Yui then Izuku, the boy found himself lost in those same aqua blue eyes, much in the way he became lost in the golden eyes of Himiko Toga. Midoriya, meet Melissa Shield, Yui starts. Melissa, this is Izuku Midoriya. He is the boy with the powerful dragon quirk which utilizes speed, strength, durability, agility, versatility, and an oh-so-powerful breath attack. The girl shouts as she quickly jumps off the bed and bounds across the room, stopping directly in front of Izuku. I am so excited to meet you. Why you are? Izuku says, his brain only functioning just slightly better than it did when he met Himiko since he was given forewarning. Of course, I watch the news coverage regarding the villain attack, and I must say that a quirk like yours only comes along once in a lifetime, and it seems to be constantly evolving at a rapid pace to the point that you now have two completely different forms in just 3 days of getting your quirk. It is truly fascinating, Melissa began to explain in a way that reminded Izuku of how he would get whenever he got to talk about pro heroes. Uncle Might was right when he told me that you had the potential to be a great hero. Uncle Might, you mean All Might? All Might mention me? Izuku questions, almost forgetting that Yui mentioned that piece of information just a few moments ago. Melissa replies with a nod, he and my dad are close friends since they used to work together back when he was in the States. Suddenly, with that one statement, all the pieces started to come together and everything seemed to click for Izuku. American. Her father and All Might used to work together back when he was in America. Last name Shield. Izuku thought before speaking, is your father Professor David Shield? Bingo, Melissa says, giving Izuku a thumbs up while flipping out her phone and showing him a picture that including her and her dad, the one and only. Oh my gosh, your dad is a world-renowned support equipment genius. A top scientist in quirk research who has even received a Nobel Quirk Prize. When he and All Might were a team back in the state, he invented all of All Might's costumes such as Young Age, Bronze Age, Silver Age, and Golden Age, Izuku says as he began to ramble on about the #1 pro hero and his career overseas, with Melissa listening intently, adding her own little comments at certain points. Meanwhile, Yui merely watches the two teenagers, taking in the sight of them. These two are hitting it off quite well. That's a relief. This way All Might will continue to lend us his support, and that should keep the HPSC off our backs, Yui thought before realizing that Ryukyu was probably about to be done with her little meeting. Midoriya, Melissa, Yui says, using the first name basis tradition of the West to address the girl, I need to go handle some things real quick and afterwards we will head back down. Izuku and Melissa give her a nod and the medical expert turns to leave, stopping at the door. I would also like for you to leave the door open while I am away, just so no one gets the wrong idea about what is going on in here, she says with a wink before walking out. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.